regardless. And they're going to get shot out by Biel as he's been able to survive through the majority of this game. So that's a nice little start. Getting destroyed. Gets himself the mats. Can he get himself all three? He said destroy. Yes, he gets it. What a recovery.
On fire. I wonder what the comms are like right now. Mime's a very vocal guy. I love that. Drapkin coming into. Oh, look at that.
Trying to go for the res regardless. Great throw on that one. As of course, with 2 players down, they have to make a play happen here. Vox, the spearhead now, trying to rev on down. A snake has continued.
To an extent, they're split, and then you have all of that.
Time to send it, see what you can get, and look at this. Everybody's taking shots.
Yeah, that shift was pretty rough for Falcons there. But
Game P90 might just be too much to deal with in the end, and Luke 12 finds another one. Baron will go down and kiss the last one alive. He's been spotted through the smokes. Luke 12
better. RBN, who we just heard from a second ago, finds Purdy Curdy and gets the knock onto him.
Yeah, they've been completely silent.
Be consolidated with likes of Falcons, Gen G, and Fury have to go, but Falcons already stretching their way out. SDG get caught not just once, but twice.
where these guys are, they're going to have to leave that spot eventually. And another knock coming in, big nade, and now Penta is just going to crash in, and that is pretty much academic. Duel will take a...
He gets himself one. LFP stands in the open, but he's shut down by Hot and Spicy. It's a 3 versus 1. Now make it 3v none.
For a team like New Gen All-Stars that are sitting up at the top.
Yeah, oh, that's a great shot from Gladiator. Now he's got Zito to deal with. It's a pig battle. Do not get the headshot multiplier. So this fight really works in favor of X10. Big nade launched on the edge, and it does a ton of splash damage to 2. That's a focus on to X10. X10 lose 2 in the blink of an eye. Mars is going huge on the opposite side for his team. Mars steps right, he gets another one. Is he going to get all 4?
Safe until suddenly it's not. Here comes the speaking of it's safe until it's not. Oh my God! Base of injected and a little bit of this hillside cliff that drops down over into the, I guess, the center and the west of what we're watching. K-Mine though.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Kickstart being the aggro one here. Tiggleton being that anchor man, playing a little bit further back, has that shield to play around. Kickstart taking that bulldog roll, getting in there, waiting to hear some footsteps. Clausera gets knocked very low, has to be careful. Santahiro, Kick's gonna spot him out. It's just playing around the smokes right now and the shields.
So close, Clausera trying to make a hero play. Santi at range, spots out Kickstart, gets damaged. Blue Zone's gonna be able to provide some resistance, but it's gonna be a counter on the inside. It's a 1v1. Tig low on life, Santi on the other, but Tig has a shield, and Santi only has a bush.
Liquid able to get everybody back on their feet once again. Joshy does get that revive, but how long can they stay alive here as Luke 12 and Alo will try to make the push in. Joshy holds the line, gets one, gets two. Joshy holding it down for pest control. Most little divot here, the little pond, and all of these teams coming from the south are about to come into their line of sight if they don't kill each other first. Rock, though, continuing to make a life hell here for last breath. The Panzerfaust doesn't even get to get used as Fantastico is finding knocks after knocks.
This is where Rock can thrive over here, last breath, trying to do anything they can to stall out, and they just can't find it. Fantastico goes for a great peek. He's not done yet. Peeks on the other side of it. Wolves, high ground, trying to exploit it onto the Toyo side, knowing that they're going to have to move into a much more open area. But remember, Toyo has been hunkered down for a while. Probably has a ton of utility, a ton of throwables to be going for, but H1 and the boys just landed it right on top of Toyo. Oh! They get bounced right into the other nade. Blue zone just chunking.
Oh my goodness, what utility from Wolves, and another one gonna bounce right off of Soul's knee as he tries to make the mad run into the zone, finds a little bit of cover, but 12 kills now for Copenhagen Wolves.
To get away for the time being, Blue Zone is behind them, but not enough to do any work, so they have time to retreat from those nades. And
oh, he's going for the C4 car. It didn't work. Oh no. Distraction at least, but Purdy Curdy gonna get taken down. Now all of a sudden it's a 2v2.
Fancy gets center control now. Molotov comes up, takes down Lucid. Sneak attack the furthest away. Backs up against the blue zone, and I think that Kurt can even see him. Feeding information over, lots of damage, and Team Liquid runs forward. Not denied on the map this time. They manage to take 14 kills in first place.
They call us bad players. They call us noobs. And they are. Covert reason. But now, we are tired. Tired of losing all the battles we fight. Then our final card will be hire one professional player to battle on our side.
Fala rapaziada, aqui é o Biel Muito Calmo, jogador da Fúria, e hoje eu vou ajudar esses noobs a conseguir a vitória. Vamos pra cima.
One of the best players in the world, along with the 3 worst players in the world. This only happens here in 3 noobs, 1 pro.
Ai, todo mundo seguindo eu. Tem 5 cara.
We landed at the resort, but we weren't alone.
Eu tô flanqueando pela esquerda. Não sei se vai dar certo.
Tá, beleza.
Nando was the first to battle.
Boa.
And I wanted to show my machete.
Protege, Fernando. Me protege. Cadê o machete?
It was close.
Ok.
But my aim was sharp. Everything was going great, and I was talking to Biel Muito Calmo.
E é muito calmo porque você é muito calmo mesmo?
Cara, não, é que eu, tipo, sou de boa também, né? Calma. Ai, esse cara aqui.
But the enemy was treacherous and ambushed Biel Muito Calmo.
Ok, ai, tem mais.
Our leader. It was beaten.
Tem smoke?
While I was making a smoke to Biel Muito Calmo be saved, Nando ran for revenge. He had blood in his eyes. But his skill was limited. Nando was dead. Now, with Biel Muito Calmo lifted again, he would show all his fury.
Vou fazer uma granada nele.
As revenge.
Noquei um, noquei um.
in a very fast move.
Você, meu.
Biel muito calmo saved us all.
Vamos, time!
Vamos.
Boa!
Now, I really believed we could win. Muito calmo made Nando come back to life. So we went to get him. By forming our squad again, Muito calmo had an idea.
Pera, deixa eu ver um negócio. Vou mirar a pedra lá. Vamos tentar subir na pedra?
Vamos.
Atire todo mundo, tá no meio da safe. Bora.
Vamos.
We agreed 100%. We will do everything our captain told us to.
Iríamos subir na pedra. Lá era o lugar mais estratégico para Biel muito calmo fazer suas artimanhas. Tem um drop ali, galera.
Vamos pegar?
Vamos pegar,
Vai
vamos
pegar, esse drop vai pegar.
That drop was very important. Biel muito calmo would have the best equipment to battle on our side. Until
Tem
then,
carro atrás, vou marcar.
Ai!
Vambora,
Meu Deus, não vai!
Caiu. Deixa ele morto.
Biel stayed behind. Nando was knocked out. Now, it was just me and Biel muito calmo.
Tô com muito medo agora.
Você tá subindo a pedra ainda?
Vamos.
Bora.
Biel muito calmo would still climb that rock. He was a man of his word, and he wouldn't give up that easily.
Pedra, eu tô ouvindo eles.
With your skill, Biel muito calmo knocked out your first enemy. Knock out the second. And the third one? He didn't take out the third one. And without any help, Biel muito calmo was killed. And now, I'm the last one standing.
Eu vou fugir. Meu Deus do céu. Quase. Eu vou embora por aqui.
Meu Deus, cuidado pra escorregar. Meio, aperta F, paraquedas se precisar. Tenta correr, vai pra aquelas caixas lá, ó.
Tá. Tudo que você mandar, Biel.
I would go wherever Biel muito calmo sent me.
O homem não tem nem. O homem não tem nada no inventário, o homem só tem bala.
I stayed near those boxes for hours. Until then I heard a noise, very close to me. The same man who killed Biel muito calmo was a few meters from me. I would kill him
Mata ele.
and get the revenge for Biel's death.
Ai, mas graças, velho.
Assassinos.
Bom, rapaziada, infelizmente aí não deu, a gente não conseguiu a vitória, mas foi muito divertido, me diverti bastante com eles. Eles estão melhorando, mas eu quero ver quem vai conseguir levar eles essa vitória.
Once again, we let a pro down. Who will be the one to lead us to the victory?
Morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world, welcome back. There's an old saying that there is a time and a place for everything. Well, there is a time and a place to give everything, and that place is here on the final day of the finals. Your chance to punch a ticket to PGC, potentially EWC, PGS, and make a statement that you are the best, if not one of, the top teams in the entire region. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Porosaurus and Matchum to break down the action on what might be some of these teams' most important days of play of the entire year, because if you bomb out today, that could really hurt or stop your entire international run, Poro.
Good indeed. I think there's still a lot left on the line, right? Like if Liquid wins and if Falcons falls off, there could be a lot of shifts up and down that board. But as you said, everybody is kind of setting themselves up for the rest of the year. It's not even just EWC and future PGSs, it's getting to PGC, right? So you want to get as many points now as you can. Even if you didn't have a great run now, maybe you heat up, and these points that you get now will be the thing that makes the difference in the end.
You got to heat up. You can't cool down, Matt. And we've seen some of our teams that I expected to be bigger, badder, and rougher out the gate on day one actually cooled down a little bit. Some bounced back yesterday, but who are the teams that you think need to get even hotter today?
Well, even despite the name, Team Liquid has been incredibly hot right now. 24-point lead over who's ever in second place, but that is going to be Furia at the time. Toyo, though, I will say I wasn't really kind of having them in that perspective for the top three as consistently as they've been playing, but boy, have they been crazy consistent. They've got goals, and they know the fact that there's a lot riding on this one, and they are coming out swinging in a very consistent fashion. I think that Toyo feels like the sleeper that we weren't expecting inside of this and could really upset a lot of these PGC point totals.
Yeah, I think their Warrior logo fits very, very well. That they've been fighting tooth and nail to it, and honestly, in some ways, almost being quiet. You see these big play moments, but as far as flash and sort of huge slap fights, it doesn't seem like they're getting as much of that. They're just getting good, consistent play.
Yeah, and I mean, it started on day one, right? Like a second and a third. Like they weren't ever, as you said, flashy about it until yesterday. And I think yesterday they kind of put a lot of people on notice that they're ready to ball. But yeah, that 17 kill win really kind of catapulted them up into the stratosphere. But yeah, I mean, I think you talk about the teams that we were looking at coming into this weekend. It was Copenhagen Wolves, it was Rock, it was Furia, it was Bestia, it was Godlike, and I don't think anybody had Toyo on their radar. But that's the kind of team this is, right? Like they are very they fly below the radar, they fly just they swim just below the surface, and then all of a sudden one big game and they're right in the middle of it.
Absolutely. They erupt out. Let's take a look real quick at the teams that fought their way through here. Like a salmon. The problem is salmon are always covered by the liquid. Cup leaderboard. These are the guys who got through the cup stages. That alone is an accomplishment worthy of recognition, Matchum. But then you got to make the Big 16 against 8 regional partner teams and some other heavy hitters. So those guys who have slipped through, who has impressed you the most in sort of teams that have emerged through this cup process?
No Way had me on day one, but Chapinski's and the way that they're starting to play has also just been very, very impressive. Team Fate has also managed to find a lot of consistency. And also, I'll even toss in X10. X10 has been able to do a good job on taking a lot of these firefights, a lot of the times not necessarily being the one that's making the push, whereas we've seen those other squads starting to try to do that. It's kind of hard for me whenever I'm looking at this, because I always have some expectations for squads like Duel or Nugent All-Stars, just because of, they're so storied. But we have seen that there is a lot of squads that are really trying to rise through the ranks and prove that they could be a menace to these bigger squads. And I can't wait for the remainder of the year to see how much more growth we get from them.
Yeah, I think that's the big key here. And it is the big shout out as we look at the PGC points. We've talked about this. You got to earn them. Is that there are a lot of teams that have managed to get some experience. I think this cup system has actually put a lot of rosters into a more competitive space. Poro, we're seeing, I think, some talent develop. So I hope that this continues and we do see teams, just because they didn't maybe make it to the final or get the results they hoped for, keep rolling, keep getting better.
Absolutely. I mean, you love seeing the same guys that you saw in 2017, 18, 19, 20. But, at the end of the day, like, kind of old news, right? Like, if you're going to keep your esports scene alive, you need to get that injection of new blood in there. You need to have them finding some levels of success and kind of giving a standard there for all these other teams that are competing in the cup system, kind of something to shoot for. I think X10 being one of the big ones, like, obviously gotten to the grand finals, and they haven't had the success that they probably wanted, but they made both grand finals. And they've got PGC points, right? You see it right there. It's not a lot, but coming from that cup system though, and having never really had been on a team before, never really playing, significantly a lot of comp play in the past. Like, I love seeing that. The new guys, Chapinski's is another one
that you like to see. Awesome. Yeah, they've been a lot of exciting. They've been fun to watch. I think Matt mentioned them earlier. I'm also going to say, as we look at the PGC points, I know people in chat have asked me about things like, do we have graphics about who for EWC and PGS and qualifications like that? We don't.
Look.
But I will tell you, if you want to go over, I will retweet it as well. But Patrick has been with us for a long time. I think I first met Patrick at a GLL 8 years ago. When he was running stats. And so he's been doing this kind of stuff for a very long time. He actually tweeted a little bit earlier today about all of sort of how it stands coming into the North America or America's battle. Now, for you guys, just put it in perspective, and I genuinely double-check this as best as my math ability is that Falcons, they're like 99% qualified for EWC. There is a scenario where they miss if Liquid is first, God L is second, and Falcons end up in 7th or below. So, like, that's a long shot, but theoretically it's there. For every other team, it's simple. If you win, you qualify. I don't know how else to put that. PGS, PGC, all that opens up more kerfuffle, as you can see over on the right side, that as of now, if it ended today, Falcons, Furia, Team Liquid qualified for PGS. Obviously, Falcon with the invite. Liquid and Furia would love to be there through the qualification process. As long as Falcon stays in that top 3, 2 of the others, the next 2 highest go, right? That's how it works, Matcham?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of just weird secondary things that can happen, but the big thing to look at is, look, finals 2, 250 points for first, 150 points if you come in second. That is a massive amount of points when we're looking at an overall average of right around 370 coming into this one, depending on how it's all going to break down. So first place gets you everything that you want. Second place is going to be hard, just given the fact that Falcons already have 250 points from winning the last finals. So all the other numbers start to get a lot more dicey as we maneuver through that. It really requires a massive Falcons failure and then somebody to step up in a big way. The biggest beneficiary of that would be Godlike, but Godlike is presently in 8th place. So not looking the highest likelihood is they still need 70 points just to come up and try to catch Team Liquid.
It's going to be a big run there. Now, we will update this, obviously, at the end of the day, and so we can keep you going. We just don't have anything that's, like, live preset for, like, how do we project where they're going to end up. We did retweet that, so if you want to read his numbers, I encourage you to do so. Prize pool, it's not just about PGC points, Poro. There's money on the line. $30,000 for each final, making this whole event worth $60 grand. $10,000 for first and a bid to EWC, where the money is going to be significant. That's a pretty big win.
Yeah, you got to be happy about that. Get a little jingle in your pocket before heading off to ports far and wide. But yeah, no, obviously the prize pool, everybody's got to be a little bit of smile on your face. But I think the end of the year, everybody's thinking about PGC, right? So obviously, again, you talk about the immediate impacts of where the finish is going to be in terms of EWC and the next PGSs, trying to get into those top 3 spots. But again, I'll reiterate, when it comes to PGC at the end of the year, it's the whole total, the sum total of what you've done across the year. So even if Godlike has this little slip up here today and somehow manages to get passed by Furia, doesn't end up in one of those top 3 spots, they still have a boatload of points going into the second half of the year that they can then try to capitalize off of to make sure that they get into PGC. So even if things don't go your way this time, it's not all for naught. Like, there's still going to be shots later on in the second half to get to that big tournament at the end of the year.
That's true. It doesn't mean it's over, but I think when we talk about EWC in particular, that, Matt, seems to be one of those events. It's become a flagship. It's become a staple. You know, yes, you win it. You're not a world champion at the same level of PGC, but I do think lifting that trophy like the Falcons did sort of puts you into a totally different categorical. Exactly, but it puts you, well, can we count Gamers 8 as EWC? Is it the
yes.
same? Was it the same? Okay,
absolutely.
Cool.
Well, but it was technically a PGS.
I don't care. The amount of trash that Europe is talking about us right now over there on their broadcast. Yeah, Falcons won EWC 2 times, but Twisted won it last year. So we need to step back up once again once we get over there.
All right, good. You can always count on Poro for the American, the rah America. He's wearing denim with a work jacket over it, so you know. That's a working class hero.
Got my gold PUBG pin on too. Like, I'm ready to ball, dude. I'm tired of sitting here having a list watching the Europeans just
wait.
Oh, look how good we are.
I've been here for the last week or so while you've been like really kind of cheering on how amazing all the EU broadcasts are and how great those teams are.
They're great. They're fantastic.
I'm sensing a double agent.
I can still want to beat them.
Do you guys want to see? Do you want to see some great moments from the Americas?
This is what happens when you hang out with people that don't watch regular sports.
Let's watch some highlights. Poro. We'll leave the mic open. You guys you can continue with your argument. Highlights, because I like to see America's player crushing people, fakes in from the high ground that sold. Here it is. Oh, he did that to them.
Oh God, they're in chat right now. Don't go to bed, old people. Like, get out of here. You got to watch Navi finally actually pull off a win. Fantastic, good for you. Well, Bestia looked pretty good yesterday, Matt, but this was that massive Toyo W that kind of catapulted them into the spot they are now.
Yeah, it was a lot of Toyo sneaking into the later stages of the game, finding some pretty big successes, but also on the other side of that, the circles were just crazy mean for these teams to deal with. And it led to extremely high kill counts regularly for these squads that were trying to strive and keep position and keep tally up. But Team Liquid just kept being so freaking consistent with kills as well as overall performance. It's given them this lead, and now we're sitting at 122, and then it's just going to be a pack of squads, 3 of them in Furia, Toyo, and Falcons, all right around 90 to 95 points. And then we get the secondary drop off into 70 points with Copenhagen Wolves, Rock, and then everybody else just trying to tail in back behind that. Try to find something.
You got to find something. I thought, you said Paca. I thought you said an alpaca of player. I was like, alpaca team. Tell me more. All right, so up on the high ground.
This game, good God. Right? Look at that mortar from Sharpshot. This was the mortar game, honestly. This is the second time like we saw this in PGS playing right around this pillar, and this time we get it in PAS, and it was just as wheels off as it was the last time. A lot of fun here, but this was where Falcons kind of got back into the game. Now, they got a second place before this with 9 kills, but this 16 kill win that they got on this put them right back into the mix. They're in 4th place overall. They still have a shot of getting 1st place overall if this thing's said and done, but that was a major win for Falcons there.
Well,
huge. Nice little play here around the box. Go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say the push that Falcons managed to pull off versus I believe it was Team Liquid that was entrenched in that position was so well done and shows a level of coordination that I want to see the Falcons be able to execute along a lot more. It shows the way that they're trying to evolve this up in a lot more fashion, whereas Team Liquid already kind of feels like they're starting to play around with their play style a bit more. You can see them start trying to play specifically with BRDMs, and that was the story of this game on Miramar. Kurt was just everywhere with it.
Don't you start right now, Mark Power casts, all right? I don't want you caster cursing Liquid. You leave them alone. Get out of here. Go borrow more turtlenecks from Paper Thin or something, because you leave our Liquid lads to themselves. I can't. There's no risk.
I think Snakers might still be tilted after that last game. They were not at all pleased about Liquid and the BRDM plays, but you know what? It's a tool that's on the field. You got to use it if you got the opportunity, right? So Liquid found a lot of success, and honestly, they kind of needed that last win. To be fair, like they were. Oh, we get comms here. I didn't even know we had comms.
The other guy's far.
Is that what we're listening to?
I thought I heard something.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, here you go.
Huh. It's Tiny Tig.
Kills. I don't want to give it to anybody else.
Dude, I'm pretty sure you can live on green. By the way, if you have a car, you can 100% live on green. The Murado's good.
Oh,
There's
no.
gonna be like bridges there.
Not
full
not
save.
this. We're getting comms for this play?
Yeah, kill by the best.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Hold on.
Yeah, this
All
is
right, Tig.
playable.
Once you get down to this little spot here, and then you're just going to farm. You got this, I believe.
Killed by the best. All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard.
I think that was
as
my
we watch
exact
the
reaction,
dead
too.
Tingleton. I mean, that's so funny because you could hear Kickstart being like, "Okay, here's the spot to go to. You're going to be okay over there. Get the transition. Take care of your healing." And then he just hits himself. Killed by the best. You got to respect it. All right, Team Liquid. 1-2-2. You know what, Mark? Talk about them all you want. This would be. I shouldn't say it. There's no way to throw this, Matt.
Yeah, there is, but not highly likely. That's the way we'll say it. I mean, I've been having faith in Team Liquid after yesterday. I mean, again, I always talk about like day 1 for Liquid tends to be pretty strong. Day 2 can sometimes be a fall off. That was not the case. If anything, like I was talking about, they are having fun, it almost feels like, playing again. And it felt like that was a bit lacking. These guys are now starting to do more innovation in their play style. They're starting to play around with a lot of the new features. We've seen them trying to dig up stuff. That one game we saw, I believe it was on day 1, where they just kind of hunkered down and were hiding on top of a hill while everybody else was having to shoot over them. They're got a very good read on the meta, and I don't think it's going to slip. My question is, who is going to get that second place? Because it does seem like Falcons has been on a big come up, but Toyo Man has just been so consistent, as well as Furia right next to him.
Hey, look at them side by side, Team Liquid and Furia. And honestly, it's crazy to me, Poro. That's our 1 and 2, but the differential in just damage and kills is shockingly high. And I know when you look at 0.8 to 0.1, it doesn't seem like a lot, but over those 10 games, it actually is.
No, absolutely. And I obviously we're talking a lot about Team Liquid, the success that they've had so far, but let's not sleep on Furia. Like, they've had really consistent performances. I mean, they had a string there where they got a first place, a fourth place, a third place, a third place, a seventh, and then a third. Like, and that was between day 1 and 2. So they carried a lot of the successes they had in day 1 over into game 2. Like, they're reminding me a lot of when Rock was really hot last year, when they were finding ways to get into late game, keeping all 4 alive, and then just kind of farming at the end and getting as many kills as they can. That's kind of what Furia has been looking like this weekend to me.
I'm trying to think of if Rock had anything in common with Furia at the same time last year. Oh, that's interesting to think about. Let's take a look at these players to watch, ironically. Purdy Curdy and Biel Maltcamo. I can't say it as well as our production team does, but they nail it. 22 kills to 15 kills, and Purdy, 3,000. Okay, real talk. Or when's the last time you saw Purdy with the MVP position going into the spot? I'm not being mean. Like, this is exciting. But like, it's essentially that's what he's got to be right now. Like, that Liquid's on top. Purdy is, I think, by far and away.
Yeah, 22 kills. Like, he's kind of running away with kills. Okay, how many of those are running over people in a BRDM to finish them?
You know, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Thank you, Matcher. Winning is ask any racer here, any real racer, and they know that. 16 knockouts, 24 minutes on the average survival. The Purd is back. You heard it, you know it, you love it. It's all about the beard. As long as he never shaves it, I think PGC is on the table, Matcher.
Beard buff.
I love the fact that whenever we look at this, Kurt's got like a couple of minutes lower of survival time versus the other players that we were looking at, most notably BL. Mostly due to the fact of Kurt shenanigans and BRDMs and going after whatever he wants to go after. He will get the damage and he will get the kills, but he might not always make it to be one of the last players alive.
You know, Chad was like, what's the over-under on how many BRDMs Kurt gets tonight? I think that it's 5, right? But I wouldn't be shocked if they walk away with like 7 or 8 somehow. So that would be fascinating to see. We're just a second or two away from our games getting ready to kick off in a moment. This is a big deal. We're going to start off on the pastures. We're going to get into the fight, and everyone has to make it happen. Now, you can make something happen right now by scanning the QR code at the bottom of your screen and give us your fan feedback. Help improve PUBG Esports events and broadcasts by letting them know how you feel. And when you fill that out, there is a little tab in there that lets you say, I believe Americas is better than Europe. Please give them everything they ever ask for. All the players, take good care of them. First class flights only, top tier lobsters, make it happen, okay? Because we want the
tier lobsters.
Yeah, I don't want them crappy little baby lobsters. Our boys.
I got my next team name, I think. Honestly, that's my next squad name. Top tier lobsters. Look, before obviously go there, fill out that survey. But I don't want I find myself in the awkward situation here of trying to defend Kurt. Because I like to hassle Kurt a lot, but it's not like Liquid had BRDMs every single game. Like there's maybe 3 games where they got BRDMs and really capitalized off of it. The issue is they're playing BRDMs better than most other teams in this lobby. Like they're not just rolling in there W keying into everything. Like if they're scouting out Panzers, they know how to play around it. Like they're being smart about how they're playing, and they're keeping them up to the late game. Like everybody else, there's other Panzers, other teams are getting Panzers. Why aren't they having the same success as Liquid is?
Matt?
It's just exactly that. Everybody else is just using them to kind of like more of an offensive position, and they're just getting demolished. We do see other teams get those BRDMs but they're putting them into far more vulnerable positions. They're getting blown up. The Kurt and the rest of the crew are using them as a much more late game strategy and keeping it alive until those stages, trying to bait out Panzerfaust. We see it happen quite often. So, I mean, it's one of those things. Yes, you can get Circle Luck. Yes, you can get a BRDM, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can keep them all the way to the end.
We're going to see who gets BRDMs. We're going to see who gets flare guns. We're going to see who wins. It's time for game number 1 of the final day of the finals here at PAS. Let's go, baby. Bah!
Bah!
It's appropriate that as the final scene ends, they reveal the Hall of Fame. The dream, the pursuit, the hope of every player to be immortalized on that board and say, I am the best that PUBG has to offer. The road to that board starts here. The bids to PGS are earned here. The argument about if you can even be considered the GOAT starts here, and the plane starts right in the middle. This is the grassy pastures. This is the final day. This is PUBG, and this is Toffees, Porosaurus, and Matchroom bringing you the action. Poral, it's going to be a good day.
Oh, I hope indeed it will be a good day. I'm already looking to see if anybody's hot dropping. It looks like Rent Free is all by themselves in Yasnaya, so the percentage chance of that has gone significantly down, but not zero, as we see a lot of teams going for those long drops, maybe going for the car drops, Matt? It seems like everybody's being safe.
I think everything should be pretty fine. Plane path is going to be cutting through most of the main island, and we haven't necessarily seen anybody doing big pushes down towards military, so if anything, there might be a little bit of a situation going on with Duel and Wolf as they might be going for a car, but I think that that's already kind of established, so Penta should be able to get that car and get away, and we head back over into the northeast yet again.
Dude, I could hear the yoink sound effect all the way from here as that thing skyrockets up till Stalber. Bolivia stoked on that one, but honestly, this is a very tough day, and I think if you're setting the storylines for what we're looking for, let's talk about that, Por. What are the storylines here today? The idea that you got to start fast if you're in that mid-pack, that Liquid has to hold on. Like, what kind of stories are you looking for as we get settled in for these next 5 games?
All right, obviously the first one is Liquid, right? Like, can Liquid continue to hold on? Are they going to continue to just kind of run away with it? Or will they have a little bit of a downsliding, open up a door for these teams that are chasing to catch up? The second one I'm looking at is Falcons. Falcons still have the opportunity, if they can finish 3rd or higher, they can finish 1st place overall in terms of PGC points, coming ahead of Team Liquid based off of how they did in the playoffs. Remember, we give PGC points away for those playoff performances as well, depending on where you qualify. That's one I got my eye on. Copenhagen Wolves, Rock, Bestia, Godlike, all teams that I've got my eye on that I think have been kind of underperforming so far this weekend, and I would expect them to kind of jump back up. But the question is will Liquid, Furia, Toyo, Falcons, will they continue their trajectory, and will they let those guys come back up and take their spot? That is going to be interesting to keep an eye on.
I think that was a phenomenal stage set for us to build this around Matchroom. And with those beautiful words, I think it's time for me to turn it over to the two of you as the rotations have begun. Take it away, gentlemen.
Yeet.
See, the fact that we had Furia doing a little bit of an eye towards the Yasnaya, where Rent Free is going to be playing. Rent Free already moving up the hillside as Solver has been a feature for some of our games. So squads trying to get to those early positions, make sure that they can keep them pretty secured. Wolf going to be close to Duel, as we were talking about a little while ago, but I think that should be fine. This is so far out of the circle. I don't think that Duel really wants to push this too hard, but I don't think that they know if Vox is here.
I think they do, and I think that's exactly why they're pushing over here. I think they saw
30
one
rounds?
person drop. Yeah. Well, that's why they're immediately sending it, and then Crouch walking up to it. They know that they've got a solo player pinned out here. So Kane and Sharpshot going to go ahead and send it over immediately. Now, Flood is down on the coastline. He can come and support, but if Duel gets this guy slipping before he can... Oh, that's going to be bad news. Vox runs out. The shots come out, and that's going to be an easy knock and flush for Duel. Yep, that's the risky take when you drop so close to each other.
That is a more aggressive Duel than I think that we have seen in years, and I like it. So, well read coming out from Duel.
Easy. I mean, it should be an easy res for Wolves too. Obviously, you see Duel didn't stick around to steal a chip or anything, so there is a revive spot down there as well. But we'll see if Wolf just kind of gets everybody back together, because the Wolf still has a lot to play for here. They're in 5th place. If they start off good, they could make a real run here.
Yep, they should have plenty of time for it. The way that the circle is kind of set up, there's plenty of res beacons that can go along path. Most of the circle is going to be pretty calm, given the fact that we've got a lot of spaces that can play, unless you're going specifically the Stalber hillsides, as now Fate's going to be running in there, and No Way is going to be playing down just to the south of Stalber itself. New Gen All-Star is already going to be playing in a position just to the south of that. Toyo trying to get into a position early. Looks like they got maybe eyes towards No Lean a little bit further along that, but Fury is holding this very wide 4-man split all the way across, going from Stalber down Dex to what? We've got the hills south of Yasnaya to the southwest of that. They've even got position at.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for Furia, especially at this point of the game. I mean, 5 minutes in, you have to know that there's going to be teams that are going to be making a wrap right towards this same location. But Furia did really, really well playing from this spot yesterday in a very similar circle. So not going to judge them too harshly for the actions that they're taking early game here, but they're going to see Toyo just underneath Biel. That is a lot of information picked up, and actually going to pick up a point here as he will spot out Emmy.
No real other positions that he can go after at this stage. Souls is going to be playing that lower section of it, so should be pretty calm, and that is also going to be the regroup firmly coming in from Furia to kind of reset and reconfigure. Gives them that plateau if they want to play it as well. We did see No Way lose Slabby, got ran over to get flushed out as well, so No Way, who's been on their own climb, finding some successes, going to lose Slabby, who has been such a big player on their team.
Yeah, Slabby has been a revelation, honestly, for this whole lobby, and No Way have found a lot of success. Not as much as they would like, obviously, only 39 points, but they've definitely proven themselves that they belong here in this top-tier lobby with the rest of these guys. And now they'll turn attention back over towards those new Gen All-Stars who kind of been a little bit disappointing, I would say, so far through these finals, but we'll see if they can pull something together here in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to try to get something, but it feels like every time New Gen All-Stars starts to get some type of role coming for them, 2 to 3 teams on a rotate just catch them on making a very, I guess, dangerous approach in, and No Way not really wanting to leave this alone. It feels like they're wanting to get vengeance back for Slabby. I'm not certain if they're trying to go after a blue chip, or if this is just trying to go for a couple of kills, if they like the way that this position is going to be played. Bestia is over to the east of them, but that's not going to push too much on top of them, as we do have Team Liquid coming in from Severny right now, and Falcons have settled up kind of close to Rock in that southern section of the circle.
I think if you believe that you can get that blue chip back for Slabby in C1, I think you got to go for it. And like, they have a great spot right now, but you'd love to get him back on your team, as Fate is going to push in. Kemba being real sneaky here, waiting for the rest of these guys to arise. I Am Bolivia kind of spread out across Stalber. You can see on your mini map they're going to come and try to provide some support, but this is a 3-man push here onto Kemba, and it looks like they're only a 3-man squad here for I Am Bolivia. I'm not sure what happened to their 4th, but only 3 to start.
Seen this happen every once in a while, just having some problems with timing for work and everything else like that. So Bolivia gonna have to try to play this as quiet as they can. Very's not even in position yet. This is a more bold approach coming up from Fate yet again, trying to assault the top of this hillside. It can give you a lot in this circle, but I don't know. It feels like this could go so many different directions. It could stay around Stalber like what we saw yesterday, I believe, but it can also go back down into the south, which is where it more commonly occurs. A lot of our squads playing a little bit of the mix on numbers, but Team Liquid has eyes on the Stalber hillside and could be running into Godlike here in a little while. Godlike and Team Liquid both look like they're cutting into the same path, but Team Liquid's there just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see Liquid go this deep, this far north on this circle, and full commit really to playing from that high ground. We'll see if it pays off for him. As you see, Godlike will just kind of scout them out in the process. But I mean, so many teams, Matt, playing north of Yasnaya here. If this does end up cutting hard south and going towards the city, it is just going to be a Mad Max event of vehicles driving downhill trying to crash into the city as quickly as they can.
Got a couple of recalls that have been called in, so see how that sets up. Kamba does spot out Tim Fee, picks him off. Patience pays off for Bolivia, as now they've got control. All their teammates can regroup pretty easy, so Very now here to provide some support, and this side flank angle could be quite large if he can get in back behind Fate.
Well, Fate has other issues now because, as you saw before, Liquid is starting to arrive. Now, Godlike actually committing to coming up here as well. So the terrain around the mountain of Stalber, being such that it is, will allow all these teams kind of to get right on top of each other. But Team Fate, they are not sticking around here. They think they might have an opportunity to catch Kamba out if they can catch him. But yeah, this is Vox coming back from that earlier duel camp, and the Slabby also coming back for No Way.
Team Liquid also starting to push up more onto that hillside, is putting pressure onto Godlike. It's a bit more split. Chapinskis are making the wrap up into the north, so LFP is going to regroup. New circle is going to pop, and it's going to stay right alongside Yasnaya and Stalber both. So regroup down to the south. Tater up on top has spotted out what's going on with Bolivia, but he takes the worst end of the trade, but he's got some friends back behind him in Dad Buff. Takes down and flushes out Kamba quick.
That's nicely done there by Team Fate. Keeping him distracted with the high ground guy, Dad Buff, just rushing in to make sure that they took him out quickly. Didn't take a knock either, and that's going to be Nazera and Viri just dipping out of here. Play this one out as a duo. That new circle has popped, as you said. It is favoring the south of Stalber. This one, you have to imagine, given the Yaz Lake is still in it, maybe southeast, east, or even, I guess, north. I guess it could finish on top of Stalber proper.
It was a old school classic circle that we would get that area just to the east of where we see Rent Free playing, that little dip and that road that cuts up through it. Feels like that might be a decent position to play in center, but you can't play it yet as Tony does spot out Luke. And this is just the high ground around Stalber just getting more and more attention. So Godlike catches a little bit of a slip from Team Liquid, and now Kurt's also spotted out Fury on the other side. And of course, there is the firefight that both of these squads know that's going on between Fate and Bolivia.
It's the blessing and the curse, isn't it? You can be right next to somebody and not even know it until the shots come out. Godlike leaving LFP on the northern side on that low ground of Stalber to see if any other teams are going to be backfilling. It looks like they were able to scare Chapinskis away, but Chapinskis now coming in from that western side. So keep an eye on that. And Godlike right now going to be our northernmost squad.
Chapinski's very little fear, but that is going to be a downed player for Furia. It looks like reinforcements are coming both sides of this one really quick. Could be a catalyst for a firefight, as that is going to be Alo running right down into the face. He's going to get knocked. Kurt couldn't quite get the angle to defend, so that's a down teammate on both sides, but Furia has regrouped far faster. The high ground, Kurt finally getting some of the damage out. Cowboy on the other side is going to get the knock on a DraftKings. This is a full commit between squads 1 and 2 on the leaderboard, as they know that it's going to be a little bit more breathing room if Team Liquid can win this, but Furia could have a chance to try to catch up if they can take it.
Yeah, massive implications for the leaderboard if these two will damage each other to the point where they either go down or get knocked very low in terms of players. Purdy Curdy has that anchor position BL picked out. Trying to take a few shots over in his direction. Let's see if they can get Alo back on his feet. Looks like Cowboy is going for that right now, but Posa is going to get the instant re-knock with another grenade.
Patience paying off for Kurt right now. He wants to get Zakraken on top. 3 players still over here for Fury, and it looks like they're just trying to get out of position the best they can. Posa's going to stay? No, okay, he's going to hop back in, and it's a retreat down. Cowboy can't do too much more because the way the firing lines have set up, he wants to get his teammate back up as fast as possible. So a little bit of a reset. If anything, Chapinskis are the biggest beneficiary of this because they were being held back and have now kind of creeped in right behind Team Liquid. You can see Kurt already trying to counter move and prepare for it.
And Furia pushing right into X10 territory. Kalnix with the spray will get a lot of damage in, but the bouncing Uaz a little bit too much to handle as he will take a few sprays from range. They'll at least manage to get to the sniper tower. Ooh. Kalnix almost getting them. Look how low they are.
Close
There's that Eastern
enough.
shift.
Yep, circle pops and it goes over into the east, right on that road I was talking about just one moment ago. That means that Godlike, X10, Furia, Toyo all have to get in the circle. Team Liquid's going to have to deal with Chapinski's right on top of them. Chapinski's, you can see, trying to set up some form of defense for all the squads that are going to be approaching. Down to the south, we've got Duel as well as Wolf going for long wraps, and Bestia kind of eyeing the same. No Way playing the lower sections of this hillside, and it's going to be very high ground versus low ground, as this is the most vertical section of Stalber we could be looking at.
Yeah, Falcon's going to send it right onto the south side of that warehouse spot that is currently being held out by For Rent. You see the revive call come through, so Fade able to get Tim Fee back on his feet. They'll get back up to 4 strong, playing from the top of Stalver, knowing that they've got that duo from I Am Bolivia still in their midst somewhere, but Godlike is going to leave. They're going to continue wrapping off to the north. Toyo, though, is going to spot out Furia. If you're in a world of hurt right now.
Yeah, Furia really regretting that more western retreat with this circle pop. It's got them entirely gate kept out. They are going to go down. So that squad number 2 eliminated on the leaderboard. Toyo just 6 points back behind them. Falcons trying to see if they can find a place to play that's going to feel comfy inside this circle. Maybe they can find some points. Wolf still wrapping down. They need to get in the circle down to the south. You can see start pressure mounting over here, but no way. Lopez trying to hold it, takes down Frogman, and Bestia is in tatters while No Way's solid defense continues to hold.
Really nice work here from No Way, and actually Wolves going to be in a perfect position to third party this, as Pippa going to try to escape under the eyes of Gladiator. Spray will come through, but Pippa will remain alive for a little bit longer, so at least one player still up for Bestia to fight their way through. And remember, Wolves was coming in from the south side, as you mentioned. They were third partying that fight from range, but now they've got to find their way in.
No Way on the hunt for more, trying to see if they can sneak up back behind Rock. Bestia now getting eliminated, but Rock's already got a little bit of a side angle that keeping control on a couple of the members for No Way. I don't know if they realize how close one of the players has gotten, but given the way Sparking's playing, it feels like they do already have that kind of prepped. This is going to be the more open section of this circle, where it's going to be fields coming out of the hillsides, so some breathing room for right now. Most of our other squads are playing so close to Stalber proper or to the west of it, there is no hillside third party that's coming into effect yet. It's only going to be Wolf kind of roaming around on the outskirts of this, seeing if they can get involved, or maybe New Gen All-Stars if they decide to go for a foot push.
I kind of like what Wolves is doing right now. Just kind of hanging out on the periphery. They know exactly where No Way is. We'll see if they can get how close they decide to get. Now, No Way does have a lot of utility, and this is going to be a difficult fight if they decide to push it. And I'm not sure if they know that Rock is right there as well. So we'll see where the third circle decides to take us, as Wolves has a nice little ridge line to play around here.
Duel's got that duo up front. X10's coming in really fast. Circle pops, and it stays right along the road. We're getting the old school Erangel circles today. Rent-Free's going to be right on the edge alongside of Falcons. X10 with nowhere to go. Looks like they're just kind of caught in the crossfire between 3 different teams. Falcons starting to do a major harassment. 2 players already down for X10. They can't even get into the circle. They have to retreat into the west. But the big distraction has allowed Toyo to sneak in from the north.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there for X10. Falcons was just in a beautiful position to see anything that was trying to make its way in on that lower side of the hill. Now, Ferent's going to know that they're there, but there's not really a whole lot Ferent can do about that. Falcons just kind of free to play around on that ridge line. X10 going to continue to wrap around to the north, see if they can find a way in. Toyo, they're going to push right into where Liquid is holding down. Liquid taking the opportunity to go towards center circle and play around these vehicles. We'll see if they have got the pickaxes. They've got some dips and divots that they can use as well, but they are dead center, Matt.
Yeah, we used to see this happen whenever we got this circle. Somebody would go right along this road into these dips and just try to hunker down inside of it. The way that this circle set could kind of allow it, but ranging around the outside, you can see Toyo with nowhere to go, went all the way to the east. That's going to be right where Wolf was trying to make their approach. So now Toyo jumps from one problem into another, but my eyes keep getting drawn back up to Stalber. Remember the fact that we had Fate, we had Godlike, we had Bolivia, Chapinski's, X10, all on that hillside. They still all have to get into the circle, and that very vertical approach up to the north is not going to allow that many teams to coexist up there.
Yeah, Godlike doing what they're best at too, right? Just kind of hanging out on the periphery, waiting for these teams to reveal themselves and put themselves in a bad position. We'll see if Godlike can actually get some points off of this, or if Fate will be able to make their move into the zone using that cover of the rocks. No Way, meanwhile, this is aggressive here from Gladiator. They know that Rock is here, and they are trying to sneak up and see if they can catch one of them slipping.
Gladiator, I believe, was the player that was playing the point right next to Rock. Oh, pretty early, like we saw just a little while ago. So I feel like he's just trying to set in to see if anybody goes for any further shots. Godlike making their rotate right underneath of Team Fate is going to find that one open compound. Team Fate, you can see this is the eyes into the circle. This is the verticality that they've got to try to traverse to get down. Team Liquid, though, starting to deal with squads running up on top of them. That's going to be all she wrote for X10. Another point on the board for Team Liquid.
Yeah, not really much X10 could do at that point after getting pretty much pelted by Falcons early on. They lose a couple trying to make their way in from the west, but it looks like Rent Free actually gets a knock onto Tiggleton. So Falcons a little bit split here as Rent Free trying to leave that compound. What a grenade from Gustav. Perfectly cooked. Chef's kiss as he will follow it up with another one.
Looks like he was going for the other side of Rent Free. Gustav's trying to defend, give time for the setup and the res onto his teammate. So more utility, more distraction is really all he's after at the moment. If somebody reveals himself, he'll definitely take it. But now we're starting to see Duel move into a position back behind them that could cause some harassment. Circle yet again goes right along that road. And that means that this collapse that's going to be happening into the west going to lose a lot of the high ground.
All right, Bolivia does go down in the end. It looks like they're not going to give any of those points away. They're going to just die to blue. Fate now looking towards Chapinski's as Falcons now just in complete gatekeep mode. This is going to be tough sledding here for Rent Free. There's not really a way they can find to get in here that's going to be outside of the Falcons' purview.
See, right above this is going to be Chapinski's and Team Fate. Chapinski's wanted to go for the little bit of a plateau that's still going to be in play over here in Fate, realizing that they don't have too many other pathing options. They're going to be going right after the Chapinski's, but there is no cover to be had. This is just bold peeks up, and Tater doesn't care. Takes down Tururu. Looks like he's going to go for more of a position along Oracle's setup, but that's a lot of smokes down for Chapinski's, but they are already weakened, and Fate can't overextend because they are getting third-party harassed by Godlike.
Yeah, it's long-range shots from Godlike, but it's enough to make him uncomfortable, as you said, just straight-up harassment. We'll see if Tim Fee's got the grenades to land right into Gabudo. He gets some damage done. The next one, come on, you got to get a better arm than that, Tim.
Grab.
Do you want...
All right, we'll see if Rent Free can survive here. Toyo will. Well, it looks like we might have some tech issues with Matt. We'll get him back here as quickly as possible.
Hi, I'm Matt, and I'm
trying
cool.
to push in. Toyo is trying to hold on as Capitan and Fakes in have that little bit of a dip that they can play around here. They're keeping eyes on Rock, keeping eyes on Wolves. Both teams really. This is going to be really tough for them to dig out here, Toffees.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just there's no out, right? And the problem is everybody's still up. We got 12 teams in a circle that's meant for about 6 or 7. So that's all you have to do is try to hold your ground, see if you can be the one who survives your pizza slice. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, the richest of the rich, are in the middle, feeling pretty good about themselves. Wolf in the corner, you can see they recovered from that Vox attack earlier, but now have to deal with Toyo right over the top of this, and I just don't know how you walk out of this one alive.
Gonna be tough. Rent Free does go down in the end. That's gonna be 8 kills now for Falcons. You said they wanted to have a good start to the day. 8 kills puts them at 95 points, puts them in 3rd place, and they will jump past Toyo, which is huge news for them as it further secures their spot in the leaderboard and in the PGC point rankings. Meanwhile, Rock will continue to keep these smokes down. They want to try to push into Noe, as Noe is getting sandwiched here by Nugen as well.
There is nowhere to go for No Way right now. No path into this circle. Nugent All-Stars Rock trying to pull them in 2 different directions, and it is effective. Rock trying to see how many of these points they can get. Now spots out Nugent All-Stars. Absolutely unloads. Sparking and Santastico double up in a big way, and suddenly Nugent All-Star has nowhere to go, while Santastico is still holding back Toyo.
He's doing it all by himself, but Toyo's just going to lay down in their dip. They just want to make sure they don't get bash flushed, but here we go. Rock just crushing through. 7 kills now. They hop up into 5th place overall. See if they can get rid of Gladiator. They do. New Gen All-Stars eliminated. No Way eliminated. And it looks like Toyo got eliminated as well. Wolves down to just H-Win and Snakers. It looks like Snakers going to send it for the circle, while H-Win will try to 1v3 Godlike.
Everything keeps going right back over to that road with nowhere to go. Nade's going to land right on top of H-Win. Snakers comes back, trying to provide some support, see if he can get a drive-by. He takes a ton of damage, jumps out, realizes where the threats are, but LFP's got himself a sneaky little angle. Now Godlike has a path into the circle and could have time to at least res one, if not both of their teammates, while they have a bit of a ridge to play. Other squads, Chapinskis need to get in the circle, but it's going to be Team Fate that rolls right on top of Team Liquid.
Oh, that grenade could be good. It is going to be great. It's going to get Tim Fee down low, but it's not going to be enough to get the flush. Purdy Curdy, the last player left alive for Liquid, but he is going to collect at least one more knock here as Tim Fee has to make a run. Chapinskis, though, they're crashing down here, trying to clear out whatever is left. But meanwhile, Falcons has been absolutely farming. Rock has been absolutely farming. 10 kills apiece for both of those squads playing from the south.
Chapinski is going to be in a position that's pretty defendable, but we can see the way that Godlike is going to set up. Looks like they're going to try to sneak in for a little bit more high ground, and that could cause problems for the Chapinski's players. Falcons, meanwhile, they've managed to get Shrimsy right up next to Kane, so a couple of options for them to work with, specifically the firing lines that they have set up. Tickleton still in that high ground, looking exactly where the Chapinskis are going to be playing from. Rock, if anything, feels like they have the most breathing room as both squads are stacked on top of each other.
Hit that LFP. Come on. Stop. There you go. Just take a breath. Take a half a second. He's not shooting back at you. Nobody else is shooting. You got this.
Mortars.
All right. Another point picked up for Godlike as they are starting to come alive here, Matt, playing from that northern side.
Kurt spotted out Tig. Got to get the flush on that, I believe. And here come the mortars. That was coming out from Rock down into the southeast. When you got space and nobody else has it, I guess you get the time to also toss out a couple of mortars. Godlike wants to keep control over that northern area, and that's going to be all on to LFP. Meanwhile, Falcons starting to feel more down in the trenches with everybody else as this is our end circle, kind of crossing from Godlike down into Kane's position. There is a vertical regression coming down from the north down into the southern sections of it, but there's enough little dips and waves that happen inside these hills to give each one of these teams their own little hidey holes.
And Rock kind of contributing to the hidey holes with those mortars, aren't they? Giving couple of little more dips to play around it. They will get that circle going down to the south. Falcons down to 3 after losing Tig, but they have been looking dangerous playing from the west. Keen still alive for duel, but he is just laying low as most of our solos at this point are. And the duo from Chapinskis don't look too terribly interested in getting active just yet either. I think they realize that Godlike just has so much vision.
And Rock over here just doing a little bit of diggy dig. All rock and stone for them for the time being. Spotted out Kane. Looks like they're just going to deny out the shield, if anything else. Just try to break any form of defenses that are going to be in front of them as they got more territory. This hillside that they've got gives them a way to retreat from any firing lines, but also gives them a way to kind of look down into the center of the circle. Godlike doesn't have too many options coming in from that northern area that they were trying to control with LFP. So it looks like it's going to be more on to Fana. That puts him much closer to Rock, and a new threat approaches. Chapinski's, like you were talking about, though, I don't know how they get into the circle. They're going to have to deal with an open firing line from Rock, from Falcons, and Kurt is still hyper close range if they can manage to even touch the circle.
Yeah, they're leaving it to the last minute. I mean, you can see both of their little vision Doritos are pointed squarely off to the north. They are mostly concerned about Godlike. Tony going to try to make a run, but Santastico is going to spot him out. Fana now is pinned out and all by himself, and Rock knows it, and they will take a few shots over in that direction. LFP going to come over here and try to join him, but Sparking will click over. Oh, Shrimsy with the backup covering kickstart. Good shots from him. Will take down Sparking.
Panzerfaust comes out, doesn't connect. Rock starting to get under more and more pressure. Looks like they're prepping up the mortars, and they're going to be sending him over at Fana's position. He's already out of there, baby. He wants nothing to do with what's happening inside of that. So him and LFP now have to deal with Spot. It's going to be, hey, thanks for the cover, man. Even though it's not inside the circle. But now he's going to get harassed. Can he make it back to the tree for cover? He can. But Santastico is on the hunt.
He sure is. He could at least make it to the smokes and a little bit of Doritos to play around there. Managed to get, I'm not sure what he managed to pick up, but it must have been important. It wasn't a vest and it wasn't a helmet because he is still in some trouble here. Chapinskis will get spotted out by Falcons and Rock in the end. Purdy Curdy's still alive, but I think Falcons knows he's there.
Falcons now break 100, but the big thing I'm looking at is Rock trying to creep up right next to Toyo on the leaderboard. They're at those 12 kills already, and they are very dominant down to the southeast. It's Falcons now wrapping in closer to Kurt in his position, while LFP is going to be back behind him, so more stress starting to mount on everybody that's in the center of the circle, while Falcons and Rock have so much control.
Sneaky, sneaky Kurt. What can you do when you don't have a BRDM, big guy? Well, you can take shots over towards Strimsy at least, and we'll get him low. We'll get the knock, but we'll get finished off by Gustav in the end. And Falcons should have plenty of time to reset off of this. As you see, LFP looking over in this direction, though.
Man, there were like 3 different people that took shots into those smokes the moment that they saw a knock happen. Rock's still taking a couple of, like, maybe risky shots, seeing maybe they can hit anything inside of it. Not going to get any fun out of it, though, as now Falcons still got to creep in a little bit closer, and LFP is right on top of him, but Rock just has so many different control angles to play that somehow Kane has managed to survive, because if anybody looks Kane's direction, they're suddenly punished by Rock.
Of this 700 damage on Gustav. Woke up feeling dangerous today, and that's bad news for everybody else in the lobby as we see Falcons continue to just get a little bit more cover for themselves on the edge here. Kane just sunbathing in the shade of bullets flying over his head as Rock, they are 4 deep over there around that ridge line, around those Doritos. If this circle pulls away from them, or once this circle pulls away from them, they're going to be in some trouble.
Yeah, they do have their backs pretty close to the blue zone, but it's not like anybody else is doing much better, except for Kane, though he doesn't really count. All of our other squads right now are just stacked on top of each other. Now it's going to be on how can Godlike capitalize off of this. Are they just going to use it for a chance to kind of get into a better position in the circle, or are they going to play this more aggressive onto the Rock positioning? See, Falcons also counter-moving down to the south, realizing where Rock's going to be playing from, so this has kind of created a collapse. 2 players from the Falcons coming down, getting far closer to Rock, and Godlike wanted to creep up a bit closer, but they just couldn't find the opportunity.
Man, Kane could throw a huge wrench in the works here for Falcons if they don't spot him. You can see how close they're getting. Rock, as that Panzerfaust, gonna fall just a little bit short of the UAS as LFP just has that one little bit of hard cover he can play around, and there's not really much that Fana can do. You can see he's trying to get into a better position to cover him. Good spray, get Kaunzine, and immediately drops back down.
It's all about trying to be as sneaky as possible. That nade could be big money. Depends on how it goes out. Panzer going to go for the follow-up. Not coming up too much. Does get at least 1 knock. That's going to open up some more opportunities on the other side. Now Falcons starting to make a much more bold push. They've got to be careful because just like you said, Kane is right on top of him. Rock drawn too much aggression from too many different angles. Now has to start going out into the blue. Rock is going to go down. Falcons have swept in, taken over that position, and Godlike's got their back up against the blue zone with only LFP up.
Oh, there's Kane. He gets the knock on a Gustav, and automatically Duel will go down. But that knock could be absolutely huge. Turns it into a 2v1 kickstart. Has the high side. Strimsy has the low side. LFP, this is 2 1v1s. This is the worst position to be in if you're Falcons. You don't want him having 2 1v1s as he's going to try to make the push in, but not going to matter in the end. Falcons get the win with 14 kills. What a way to start the day, Toffees.
You know, I didn't even think concert season had started, but Lord, it was a rock show. And then Falcons takes the Nancy Reagan role and attacks them, rips them from the headlines, and says, "We are the kings of Erangel." As they walk away with a big win, Shrimsy in front looking tough, even though, once again, he gave his life for those around him. That's what I like about their push. Falcons look good. They look strong. They said, Liquid is ahead, but we're not giving up.
I mean,
not giving up, indeed.
Go ahead.
Oh no, it was as you said, a crazy game. I mean, this is one of those, like you said, said earlier. Goodness gracious, words are hard. It's El Clasico circle, right? Like, it feels like we haven't seen one that's ended up here in a very, very long time. Just kind of playing around on the mountainside, and the fact that you've now thrown in these additional elements of Panzerfaust and terrain destruction and all this stuff, it's just making it that much more interesting to play around. But we got to see some signs of life from teams that we haven't seen it before in Rock and Godlike.
Mm-hmm. You know what I liked? Godlike had that Panzerfaust. There were 2 Panzerfausts in the last 2 circles, which I call the Kurt effect. And Godlike used it really effectively to get Rock out of a dug-in position. They just kind of lobbed it, got the knock, and then, you know, they got sandwiched between 2 teams that knew that Rock was a problem. And I absolutely loved seeing that, the sort of, the uncomfortable alliance to eliminate a strong team, and then one of you gets to take the win. So Falcons walks out with 24 points on game number 1. Massive, massive. And then Rock Also not to be forgotten, makes a big push at 17. Godlike, who started slow, has a bit of a resurrection as they get to 14, and it goes on down from there. Even Team Liquid, not slouches, Matt. They still walk away with 6.
Yeah, but the big thing to me is Rock and Falcons finding those. That's going to make it much more competitive on the upper echelon. And Godlike, welcome to the party, finally finding decent kills, making it in later stages. 14 points is going to be big, but I don't know. It feels like it might be a little too late. Even on the flip side of that one, Nugent All-Stars with 5 points. Hey, I mean, sure, every single PGC point can matter, even if you're at the bottom.
That is true. You go
They
for
still haven't
everything
gotten a placement
you
point,
can.
though.
Points of chumps.
Are you cold? All right, total leaderboard. They are the only team without a placement point. Total leaderboard. Let's take a look at it as it stands right now. 4 games left to play. Team Liquid in first with 128. I thought they had a good run for the win here with no issues. Falcons, though, says, hold on. We're coming too, and they push up to 111, so continue that fight throughout the day. I bet that does not slow down, and they get real close by the end of Game 4. Furia on the chase at 99, Toyo looking good at 94, and then Rock off the back of that match is now in the mix for top 3, if not higher, as they play very, very aggressive. Other things we saw, Copenhagen Wolves, they need to have a big day today, Poro, and they get ambushed by Duel right out of the gate. Vox gets clocked, and they do get him back, but that set them back the entire match.
It did, and it was tough. I thought that they were able to reset pretty well, and I liked how they were playing in from that eastern side. The circles kind of kept going in that direction. I think they kind of knew that was going to be the case, but at the end of the day, it's just too much stuff going on that other side. But that's 2 wins in the last 3 matches here for Falcons. Kind of lets you feel like maybe they've turned a corner, especially when you see Gustav putting in as much damage as he did. Maybe he's starting to finally get comfortable in these wild and crazy Americas lobbies.
Let's take to the treetops for our bird comparison. Falcons versus Rock. Side by side, Falcons looks very, very good. Now, like you said, Gustav lighting up, but the average survival points, I think, is for me the biggest difference here. Falcons just has been on fire. They had a couple mediocre games, Matt, but they never really lagged off. Whereas I think Rock has really just started popping.
I mean, we're looking at almost a point between average kills and a point between average survival points. So that will stack up the longer that it goes, but their survival times and damage are pretty similar to each other. Yeah, there is about 200-point difference as far as the damage goes, but a lot of that for Falcons comes into territory control, where with Rock, it comes up into your face. This is a squad that will not fight until they really feel like they absolutely have to. But when they do turn that corner and they decide to fight, you have essentially backed them into a corner, and they will be punching you in the face until you go down.
All right, now as we look at this comparison, I want to remind you guys at home, keep an eye on that Twitch stream because there are drops available. But for the drop surprise, you got to hit the button to collect it. So make sure you got eyes on throughout our day today. Players to watch, Gustav and Cowan Zine, 18 and 16. Cowan Zine, he's a great player. Fits on this Rock roster, has for a minute, has 2 eyebrows and lots of kills. Love everything about him. I want to talk about Gustav, all right? He's got 90s hair, awesome bangs, and the ability to frag anyone, anywhere, anytime. And honestly, his trailing on Shrimzy, I think, sums up what he's been doing best. He's kind of come in, or I don't want to say he's taking an anchor role, but he's sort of filling what needs to be filled, and it seems like he is always there to back them up.
Yeah, I mean, look, every game that these guys play together, they're starting to figure out how best to play around each other, right? And I think that was a really good indication right there. You saw Tig got knocked, and they were like, hey, we need somebody to cover this team on the top here. Gustav's like, I got this. I'll do it solo. He got the original knock, and then rent free. There was just nothing they could do about him. Like, he just kept playing around that ridgeline, and it allowed Falcons to get Tig back on his feet, get all 4 members up there, and they just pinned him against the wall into the blue. There wasn't anything rent free could do about it. So that was just really, really well played. So it shows that the not only is Gustav starting to get kind of comfortable with the team and in the lobby, but the comms are starting to get there as well.
You also saw Big Tig there on the featured player. Lots of kills, lots of damage, playing better than I have seen him in a very long time, though I'm worried that if his arms get much bigger, he's going to lose his ability to turn his character to shoot people. Now, you have the ability to give us feedback on PUBG Esports. There's a code at the bottom. You use your phone. If you're like me and Matt and Poro and don't know how to do things on technology, you scan it with your camera. Okay, it's just me. And it'll take you to a survey. All right, too late. You didn't get it in time. We'll give it to you later. All right, so that was awesome. Falcons playing incredibly well, making it a race with Liquid and Matchroom. Liquid versus Falcon at the top of the leaderboard. A tale as old as time.
And presently tied on kills. Whenever we saw that, I think it was 74 and 74. So that kind of shows the firepower coming out of both of these teams right now. They have eyes set, both of them. It's kind of been Falcons and Liquid. It's historic coming back and making it all the way around. Shoot to kill, going all the way against Sonics. Now trying to make the resurgence on both squads. It does feel like it's Falcons that are trying to find their way into the new meta, and Team Liquid that's already got a bit more established though.
All right, it's time for us to establish game number 2 as we continue down this riotous path to determine who goes to EWC, PGS, and beyond. A big plane path on the north side means that most of that south side of the map is going to get closed off, and things might get pretty congested right out of the gate, Poro.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how far south these guys decide to go, and I'm a little bit caught up right now because I'm looking to see if anybody's going to do any hot drops for vehicles, Matt, because that's kind of one of the things you expect whenever you see a plane that's kind of favoring this far towards one direction.
Yeah, especially the tail end is going to be where we see a couple of them try to go for those, maybe around the Impala area, that long road, the way that a couple of the drops have established themselves. Last time we saw a circle like this, we did see Azahar getting a lot of the focal attention for the drops as far as vehicles, and the circles even kind of went that same direction. It seems like most of the squads have managed to get some breathing room out, but my eyes keep getting drawn over to Team Liquid. It looks like they're going to be going for a stretch drop, trying to get as close to Los Leones as they can, but that's going to put X10 right on top of them.
I also love that, Wolf and Furia both have a high percentage chance of pulling Circle off on this one. Two teams that would love to get themselves really mixed up into that top 4 and could do it if that Circle points to the north. So we'll keep an eye on where it goes because I think our northern teams would have an advantage. It pulls back a little bit, but I think that's good for both of those teams still, Poro. They can make a north rotation and come in pretty comfortably.
Yeah, this is one of those 100% playable circles, right? So every rotation path, every loop that you want to try, no matter how long, is viable. So it's I think a lot of teams will probably be looking maybe towards the north, because I don't think they're expecting a lot of teams to really drop north of that plane path. So the north side should be usually free in this type of circle, and maybe even going so far as to wrap all the way around to the west. That would make things really interesting.
I am Bolivia catches the circle again, second game in a row match, but they pull the first one. They were up on Stalber, of all places, last time, and they managed to get inside the circle. Here they got Pozo, much better jumping off position. Maybe they can make something happen.
Yeah, we often talk about the fact that it's easy sometimes when you just have to chase the circle and you can play edge. One of the evolutions that you have to make as a squad whenever we're looking at newcomers like Bolivia is, now you've got the circle. Where do you want to go and how do you want to play it? Especially given the plane path, it is going to make it a lot harder for those guys that kind of track, okay, where are people going to be dropping? How do they rotate whenever we get these? It is going to throw a couple of wrenches in there. It's going to be similar enough that you almost feel you want to stick to what you know, but it is also going to throw off one or two of them and can make playing going a little bit further in a lot more hazardous if you go just a couple of seconds later.
Well, speaking of sticking to what you know, I'm going to say you two know how to cast, you know how to bring the action, so I'm going to let you take it from here. Gentlemen, Game 2, the final 5. This is match 12. Let's get it on.
Thanks, man. You finally admitted that we know how to cast. It's great. I love that. Now I got confidence. I'm absolutely bursting to the brim with confidence,
all
Matt.
about
I don't know about
You're
you.
ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually okay. Well, so Liquid's going into Los Leones. X10 is in vehicles, and they're right behind them. Were they thinking about chasing this? No, there's no way, right?
No, they kind of were all around each other, like you were talking about with vehicles, as we spotted on the drop. I think that this is just trying to see what's going on in front of them, what's going to be potential rotate options. This is also going to slow down Team Liquid because this is very late for them making it into Los Leones. I don't think that they're going to be too worried about that, though. They've got tons of loot, so they can eat a little bit of blue zone damage. They're not going to be too concerned about it. My eyes look and how the teams are going to be setting up around the circle. Remember, the more north that you go, there's going to be a lot of these trenches in the road, specifically down into kind of center west and center north. That's going to be where we get those, I guess, Batulan Mountains, if you want to call them anything, as most of our viewers should be familiar with that. More east you go, the more flat it kind of ends up until you end up around water treatment. Of course, we've got power grid. That's going to be a couple of points that people are going to be playing from. But then we've got Cabrera, which keeps getting danced around in these circles, and I feel like we're only due a matter of time before we end up there.
You know, with Godlike having the performance they had in game number 1, and Falcons hopping over Furia, this is making that third place spot in PGC points overall a little bit more interesting. Now, I'm not going to get into the weeds on it because it could obviously change with this game. Is Capitan going to escape from Chapinski's there? Yeah, throw it in reverse. Why not? Took out a tire. But yeah, I mean, that just goes to show, like, even though, you know, Team Falcons got the win in week 1 and Team Liquid are looking pretty good here so far, like, you can't just rest on your laurels, as you said. Just you have to finish out the game strong with 4 games remaining. There's still a lot left on the line in terms of PGC points.
Yeah, and the big things I'm looking at onto week 1, the final 3, were Falcons in number 1, Godlike, who's been on a little bit of a slide in our second final. They were in second place, but Team Liquid did get that 3rd place position. So if Team Liquid and Falcons are the ones fighting at the top, it's going to come down to how big of a difference can you get versus the gap you had on Godlike. If Godlike stays a little bit lower, that's going to open up more opportunities for other squads and holding down that 3rd place position this time around. If Godlike starts their climb after the amount of kills that they got in the last one, ooh, baby, it's going to turn real close real quick.
Yeah, and Furia as well. I know that 7th place spot is very important for Godlike, but they still have the option or opportunity to catch the guys in front of them. Obviously, Rock kind of showing out in game 1 doesn't really help their cause, but Wolves need to kind of find their footing here in the final day of play, as looks like they're coming in. They're our northernmost team right now, so playing from the north side all by themselves right now. Looks like Fate might come there eventually. Toyo, meanwhile, still toying with Chapinski's.
Yeah, just throw it into the smoke. Fortunately for Chapinski's, nobody is going to be there. Did want to shout out that we do have Furia that is very close to the center of the circle with Godlike as well. Potentials for not too much movement that they have to make in the earlier stages at least. So high potentials for points. External, that is going to be Rock and Falcons more down to the south with dual wrapping in behind them. So, I mean, a lot of our focus kind of keeps going back over to that Pozo Crater Fields area with Toyo, with Bolivia, with Chapinski's. Toyo really wanting to try to keep their momentum up that they've had over these last 2 days, seeing if maybe they can kind of invest and cause a couple of firefights. But this area is so hard to firefight in, given just the fact that there's all these like really high peaks in these hills, and it makes for these kind of funnel points that if you can catch somebody in, great, but they're not even really playing those. They're playing just all around the crater factory itself to try to keep control over.
Yeah, they're playing for C2, C3, right? Like this is you got the trio on the south side of their split here that are keeping eyes on everything going on down there, spotting out the next place to play. You've got Emmy left on the northern side to make sure nobody's backfilling them. And as you said, that kind of compound in between them in the middle of the split is what they're worried about. But the problem is that you got Furia also kind of creeping over in there from the east and cutting in between that split. So Posa already taking shots over there might cause some problems, but Falcons are going to watch Duel pass by.
Right up in front of them, so this does allow Duel to get inside position, but now they're coming in just a bit too bold. Patience for Kickstart. He wanted to get that knock and narrowly misses it. The rest of the Falcons going to be much closer in range, but Tig's going to be able to get the knock onto Kane and quick flush. Nade's going to roll over to Sharp Shot. He's going to go down. Rest of Duel boys now just down to a duo. Going to head for the hills.
Boy, yeah, they immediately got out of there, didn't they? Honey Badger actually providing some support. I think he got the knock onto Sharp Shot. Falcons will steal that point away. And they saw their kill feed light up. They're like, wait a minute. We got the flush, but we didn't get the knock. Who's shooting at us and from where?
I really do like this configuration from Falcons. Letting Tig play back behind, really lean into the aim that he's got with his DMRs and stuff like that. Well, usually like anchor players are a lot closer and in safer positions. He's just playing so far back. It's just an Overwatch position, which we have kind of seen squads play around with, but not make a committed role. And he seems to be executing it well because he was so far away from the rest of the squad, but still covering them perfectly.
It's Tig Burgundy, the anchor man himself. Well, we got eyes in the skies here from Sparking, and this is all just kind of the field just to the east of El Pozo, as you see the lovely city off in the distance there. We got two teams still coming in from the south side. X10 coming on from Los Leones Picado way on the southeast, and Team Liquid coming, looks like they're just passing Brickyard now. At least pretty courteous. The rest of the team is playing catch up. So one of the games where we've seen Team Liquid just eat a lot of blue damage early on. See, last game we saw them make that early rotation, and it paid off pretty well for them. But this time around, going to take their time with it.
Toyo high ground having to deal with Fate. Fate coming into this pretty bold. There were already a couple of shots that went after him, but Fate feels like they don't have too many more options, and with Wolves just a bit more to the east, no surprise on it. They're going to go ahead and retreat from that. Is going to burn some nades, but if Fate continues on their merry way, they're going to have to deal with Crater Fields that is getting very quickly usurped in position, as now Fury's going to be over there, but it doesn't matter. The circle goes back down around Power Grid and San Martin.
It sucks for Toyo. I mean, we spent a good amount of time talking about how they were setting up there around the crater itself, and they ended up going into 2-2 split, and now the circle pulls away, and they'll have to try to find a path in, but they were scouting out on that south side a while, so they should know what the safest road in is, but a lot of teams already on the move. You see all those different colored Skittles getting a lot of vehicle action as San Martin is seeing a resurgence in real estate.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we only got new gen All-Stars making the crash over there with Godlike, No Way, Bestia. Godlike did leave a couple players on that compound that is just to the northwest of San Martin, but everybody's pretty comfy for the time being. New gen All-Stars running a 2-2 is going to be keeping control over the northeastern area while also playing to the southeastern area on the hills. Over in the Power Grid direction, we do have Rent Free that's taken that over, while Falcons are going to be getting closer. X10 is going to be playing to the east of Power Grid, while Duel is going to be playing the ridge lines over into the west of it. Team Liquid, though, is wrapping in from the south, and it looks like they're going to be taking the road that Falcons are trying to defend or move away from. Potential fight brewing over there, as we also do have Fate that's going to be running right into Chapinski's that hasn't made their rotate yet.
Yeah, I'm keeping eyes on Furia as well to see how they do here, but Fate going to make their way past Chapinski's, get a little bit close, but far enough away to where they should be okay. Oh, that wheel getting lost from EO is not great, though, and that Bronco is going to blow up on the top of the ridgeline. Not where you wanted it, but you should be able to dip down just in time to stay alive for at least the time being.
Yeah, this is awkward because Chapinski's, with their defense and their patience, are at least getting some damage out, but
nice shots there.
Tim Fee's going to force him away.
Yeah, that's great work by Tim Fee to defend his teammates there, as Oracle and Gabuto just basically had free farm. But Tim Fee taking those shots, forcing him to duck down, and the rest of Fate will be able to escape and continue their way down south as we see the newly populous San Martin. No Way doing that four building split on that southwestern side of the city. But you do have New Gen All-Stars off to the east.
All the harassment's coming in from the Power Grid side, though, as Falcons trying to get more and more on what's happening over here. But Jam just continues being a bolty beast, just punishing it.
Shot that? He had to. If that's how he got the knock on a kickstart, Jam is just doing trick shot videos right now. Like, this is and one PUBG for Jam. But it looks like Tiggs should be able to get the res on a kicky again. This actually makes more sense. Maybe this is how he got the knock originally. But Jam's been showing up with these bolties, man.
Power Grid in firm defense, though. Falcons should be with their res. Probably just going to go around the trenches. There are some areas just to the northeast that they can play as well. So I think that's going to be Gustav's job, is just try to scout around, see exactly what Rent Free is going to keep control over. But Gat's going to be the new guy. No real vision on him, as that is going to be a bit lower down into Rent Free's positioning. Chapinski's, Toyo, Fate all still stacked on top of each other over into the west, while Bestia is going to be a beneficiary of the circle as it goes over into the north. Godlike Split's going to be pretty strong, but wouldn't be surprised if they regroup. Furia also going to be playing right alongside the Wolves up into the north, but I think it's just going to be about how we see Team Liquid opted to playing around San Martin, because this is kind of a barricade that has been set up, and rotates are going to be a little dicier. Falcons having Gustav go early is going to be a big reward.
Big important one here. Godlike is able to get their southern 2-2 split back to that compound on the high ground in the dead center circle. That is a power compound in this zone, and Godlike is able to get everybody back to it, so that is absolutely huge for them. Furia, also, I'm keeping eyes on Furia and Wolves over there on the north. If they can defend this, if they can keep control of the area that they have, they'll be in good position for later on in the game. Falcons, meanwhile, this is not a bad spot to play. You've got Godlike giving you defense here for now. I doubt they're going to flex out from their compound to try to take these guys out, but that is looking like mortar bait for sure.
Duel got their players back in, so they're going to make landfall next to Penta. It's going to kind of throw off the timings. While Bolivia has just made a run right up into San Martin. They say, okay, well, if we're going to go San Martin, we're going to go heavy with it. And somehow we're managing to steal positions off of it. Fury is going to be playing back behind as well as Kamba, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to get in. But they keep finding these open corridors and manages to sneak their way in perfectly fine. Fury just going to be the last one out, a bit caught off. But this has been kind of a miracle run into position coming up from Bolivia. Okay, respect.
Yeah.
Only like 4 squads shooting at you.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I guess they're alive. We take that. That's a W. But they are very much split up in 2-2. I mean, they've got 2 inside San Martin proper and then the other 2 on the south side. But the fact that they've even made it there alive is impressive enough as it is. But I think it seems like Godlike is aware of Falcon's presence. We'll see if they end up making that push. Toyo, meanwhile, still scrapping with Fate over here on the west side.
All about this high ground. People having to maneuver around it for the time being. Tim Fee, we've been seeing him pop off. Can he do it yet again? Dad Buff not even really a part of this firefight right now. He was trying to keep a little bit of control of any wraps that could be coming in back behind him, but I think he's starting to feel comfortable enough that nobody's going to be going for it. Toyo doesn't feel like they are comfortable in this firefight, trying to set up into new positions, kind of waiting for it. Chapinski's over there into the north, though. This is not going to be as easy as the Bolivia rotate is. It has been heavily punished by Furia and Team Liquid both.
It is not, and yeah, this was a part of the map that I was really interested in. You had Wolves and Furia up here, but Chapinski's make that send, and then Team Liquid getting there as well. So Wolves and Furia not able to hold out any of these teams from the north side. It just ends up being a little bit too much real estate to cover, while Falcons now turning their attention after dealing with Rent Free earlier. It looks like they're going to take a scrap with Godlike. I think they're trying to make sure that Godlike doesn't crash down onto them, because if they do, they're going to be in trouble.
Back over with Fate and Toyo as the circle has gone more the Falcons' godlike side. Means that all these squads are playing on the edge going to have some issues as Rent Free is going to get eliminated. Mortar's now starting to come in over here as well. X10's going to make their... Oh.
Sorry, no, I'm just saying, I was seeing Rock, I think, is dealing with Duel as well. I'm not sure how they lost one in Power Grid, but Toyo looks like they will take another one down for Fate. So Fate now down to 3.
A little bit more of a crunch going to be happening at San Martin, as No Way is going to have to deal with the Bolivia regroup. Duel looks like they might have an emergency pickup, but this is going to be a potential catastrophe if they go for it, because this is going to be pretty open on the circle. Fate still holding on to the high ground. Toyo continuing to try to go for the regroup, but Tim Fee manages to get one down and get some damage, but Capitan manages to counter it back. 3 up still for Toyo, but now Rock going to start getting involved.
Yeah, this feels like 3-way mutually assured destruction, right? As the blue zone is starting to arrive. Mio will get taken down by Santastico, but I think Rock might be in the best position here to do a little gatekeeping. They're on the very far southern edge. They have high ground. They have vision into all of this. Tater, last one up here for Fate in the blue, and now Falcons, they have Chapinski's, the duo, actually starting to stretch over here. Luzera maybe wanted a piece, but he's going to go down to a Shrimsy grenade. We'll see if they actually can get credit for that kill, as they also got to worry about getting the res on the Gustav.
Toyo goes down on the pinch from Rock, and Fate in a lot of trouble. Falcons managed to weather the storm was the Chapinskis coming in, but now they're going to have to start dealing with Godlike as well as Duel getting closer by the second. Rock securing, that's going to give them some high ground hillside control over what's going on to the southwest. Issue is, most of the people are going to be playing the hillsides away from this one. No clean sight lines for an easy third party onto anything except for maybe Duel, potentially Falcons.
Falcons, yeah. Falcon's going to be in a lot of trouble here for Rock, from Rock, as you said. I mean, they can kind of afford to just hang out up here and free farm fire down onto them. We'll see if what Falcons decide to do, as X10 might be in equal amounts of trouble. Rock just have a target-rich environment, to say the least.
Rotate comes in from Wolf. They've got high ground on the northeastern side. San Martin squads are still going to be Bolivia, Bestia, No Way, and Rock going to continue to kind of rain down the bullets. The way that the Falcons have that little bit of a ridge that they can play to give them some safety, as X10's now going to start hunkering in. But this is going to be Rock drawing a lot of anger. If the circle goes away from them, they're going to have about 3 or 4 squads that really want a piece of them, and Santasco's already taken a lot of damage.
They got a mortar. Oh, and he's aiming for Falcons. Oh, this could be bad. This could be bad if Sparkins got him dialed in. They could be in trouble. And yep, right off the bat, the double knock onto Gustav and Shrimsy. The immediate follow-up is not going to take him down, but Cowanzine has vision and he's going to take the shots. He'll get the flush. And now Falcon's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that ridge was enough to deny some of the sight lines, but now it's just down to 2. They have to hold. Rock being loud and proud on top of that rock cropping, living their best life. They're in their environment, right on top of all of the rocks. But the circle has going to move, force them down into a different position. My eyes turn over to San Martin, where we've got Bolivia, Bestia, and No Way all stacked on top of each other. Wolf also having to deal with New-Gen All-Stars right on top of them, so going to be about can they fight their way up, and it is not looking good for Wolf. Just one player up at the time, and New-Gen All-Stars just complete control of every single one of these angles. But Team Liquid on the other side looks like they might want to start getting a piece of this.
Yeah, Bolivia's third-partying this as well from San Martin, so Flood will stay alive for the time being as New-Gen All-Stars Finna will stop down, heal up a little bit, but playing around these rocks, New-Gen All-Stars, as you said, just have so much room that they can work with. I think Flood realized he's got Finna pinned out. That grenade might be enough to do it, but Finna gonna try to run. It's not gonna matter. The grenade will take him down.
Flood just making the best of terrible decisions around him. There's nothing that he can really do. Even try to go for a retreat. There's just too many third parties. No Way decided that they were going to try to get out of San Martin. Ran right in front of Rock as they were trying to set up more defense against X10. And that's just going to be terrible for them. X10 you can see getting harassed. Now both sides, No Way, nowhere to go, as it is just going to be DNL looking into X10 and getting shot from Godlike. So let's go ahead and add a fourth squad that is presently shooting at No Way.
Oh, Rock's making the send. They might be challenging Falcons here after getting that initial knock, or the double knock. They know it's only a duo playing in here, and they're going to be leading in with the Panzerfaust in hand. Will they come in from the side? Sparking's going to go down. Cowanzine going to get taken out before he can even make the shots, as Tiggleton will find one. It's down to 1. Team Falcons holds the line.
Mortars might have been big, but the defense from Falcons resurges, keeps them in. That's going to provide them so much more safety. Bolivia, they've got to firefight their way into this one, just throwing everything they can at Bestia. That's going to start drawing Balefrost's attention from New-Gen All-Stars. Could be some high ground problems as we can kind of see the circle calming down a little bit, but there are multiple fights still continuing to brew over on this Eastern Front, as we've got Team Liquid still next to New-Gen All-Stars, and Bolivia really wanting to deal with Bestia, but every peak is so punished.
Great work from Frogman to provide the defense, but Nazera, you gotta hit those shots. As Chipotle, yep, you're gonna go down as well. I said Chipotle, I don't think that's his real name. I'm not sure. This is another I Am Bolivia name that I don't think I've had a chance to pronounce yet, but Benya has managed to make it up here. Kamba, the last player left alive, he's got a little bit of hard cover to hide behind as the gas can comes flying out. We'll see if they can at least take him down without losing any other players.
New-Gen All-Stars now getting involved. More high ground, more better, and Bestia, while you manage to push through Bolivia, the new threat approaches and New-Gen All-Stars on top. So 1 up for our 16th place squad right now, but 4 up for our 15th place squad, and Bestia in 8th place just has to retreat back down the hillside. Just Vinny, and it is just nade upon nade landing upon these Bestia players.
Oh, New-Gen All-Stars doing a hell of a job right now. Finna with 5 kills. Look at him. But they've got Bestia pretty much dead to rights. Vinny, the last player left alive. He's in the corner. They have not spotted him out just yet. So that would be a very easy grenade. But I think Vinny is just lying dead still and hoping that he doesn't get seen as you see X10 trying to make a rotation in. They're going to lose Kalnix in the process.
I mean, 22 alive, but we still have 9 teams up.
6
so
for Finna.
Placement points not necessarily going to be the biggest thing right now, but maybe he can out-survive somebody. X10's going to go down. So, hey, look, worth hiding in the corner for the time being. DNL also has to try to make a push into the circle, so that's going to be its own problem. Him and Vinny are very trapped as they have to deal with Duel as well as New-Gen All-Stars. Godlike on top. Over into the northwest, though, Furia is very calmly chilling over here, keeping a very big focus on what's going to be happening onto the road to the south of them.
All right, this compound, they said it's a magnet compound that Godlike had taken on early. Nice shots there from LFP. Will actually take down Finna, so the raid boss may be out. We'll see if he can get him back on his feet. DNL going to go down to the zone. So that is going to do it for No Way. Bestia still has Vinny creeping out of the blue, but Godlike has the high ground here. New-Gen All-Stars are in a lot of trouble.
Oh, man. Duel, you even wanted to try to get a piece and got instantly denied. Kane's gonna get dropped. That leaves Pinta the last one up. Godlike kind of dancing around. And while this is going on, Fury is starting to backfill in position around Team Liquid. So that's a new fight that could be brewing right as soon as this one goes. And if it goes fast enough, Fury might just be trying to keep this one going. Duel's gonna go down. There we go. Everything's starting to fall over here. And Godlike finding a lot of kills.
Tiggleton getting the flush on the Penda with the mortar, because of course he did. Well, Falcons still have the 2 alive. They're still playing from that dip, Mortar Ridge, essentially, but they've managed to make it work for this long. And that is very impressive. Team Liquid, it looks like they are very much pinned down. As you said, Furia getting active, playing from that western edge. They had to flip the switch eventually, but they've got to be careful about Godlike. You see how much real estate Godlike has vision over. I think Godlike, now that they realize that their backs are clear, that downhill is cleared, everything is on the plateau ahead of them, so they can set up for that. Oh, that's Falcon. A big shift. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, new circle is pop. Falcons the only ones that are going to be in it. And hey, what's better than one little hole that you've managed to dig? How about like 4 or 5 as Falcons are trying to find little divots that they maybe can soak some nades or bounce from whichever one they need to, but this is kind of bad for Falcons as they are the new focus for everybody that wants to move into the circle. Godlike's going to wrap over into the east back behind him, and that just means Furia going to be running right up into their face.
Yeah, that's the only thing, the only saving grace for Falcons right now is that Furia can't push this without taking shots from Godlike. And from Godlike's perspective, look at that. They're sending Fauna and Tony down to the low side, so splitting off early to try to get position in this next zone. It's good work from Godlike. BL being very cautious about how they want to deal with this Falcons problem. They'd love to get these 2 kills, but you've got 4 guys up in the late game. You don't want to lose somebody for free.
And especially any push, while you're talking about Godlike, let's not forget about Team Liquid still holding off just to the east of their position, and they know it. They were trying to bully them a second ago, so now they have to make the choice. Do they want to risk going after the Falcons, and if so, make themselves extremely vulnerable to Team Liquid's positioning, or do they just want to try to creep down the hillside and get on equal footing on the low section of this hill, try to take on Godlike, jockey up against position with them? Team Liquid has to also figure out which side of this do they assault. They can go after the Furia side, or they can go after Godlike's side. Haven has stayed behind, but Furia looks like they're starting to rally their defenses a bit more, so Molotov's coming out to slow down any form of push as Haven realizes he might be on the vulnerable side of all of this.
I really like this work from Haven. He's doing his damnedest to make sure that Liquid just does not have any option, and I think Liquid's starting to realize that they might just be donating these points over to the blue when all is said and done. Alo's down. Cowboy will be down shortly after, right?
Just got to keep chain healing.
He's going to chain heal for as long as he can.
Yeah, sometimes the battle's against the blue itself. Godlike, though, spotting that out, is going to move more aggressively into their positioning. Fury is going to come down the hillside. Tig at least manages to get one. Gets a second one. Tig going for the flushes on what he can get. That's going to be Team Liquid going down. Falcons are going to go down. But now it's Godlike up on top of it all. It's going to be Biel's Kraken. The last one's up. How much more utility does Godlike have to rain down?
How did Biel hit that link shot through DraftKing as DraftKing was trying to provide him cover with his dead, broken little body? Biel will stay alive just a little bit longer, but this feels like a godlike victory is almost a certain as Furia is down to 2 and there's just not much that they can do.
One not even inside the circle, so Biel is going to be up to the north. No surrender coming up from Furia just yet. They are in that second place position, 111 points. Managed to pick up 6 kills right now, but I think that this might be spelling their own doom. Might be dropping some Molotovs on top of each other, potentially not wanting to surrender over points. I don't know exactly the way that this is going to stack up, but yeah, as Kraken's starting to go down, he's going to go down to his own molly, but Biel's not going to go down yet. Push comes out from Godlike to see if they can at least secure the point, and they do. Godlike manages to pick it up, and a big game for them.
This is so big for Godlike. 2 big games in a row. They have not, I mean, straight up, Toffees, they have just not looked good all weekend long. But in 2 games here on the final day, they've managed to fight their way back up into 6th place and maybe even more on the horizon.
Do you want to Fauna? I do. I think this is a phenomenal play, right?
Phenomenal.
These guys, it was. They were slow to start. They waited to get their self going. They turned on, and that's all that matters, really. At the end of the day, we can give you as hard a time as we want, but if you show up in the last 5 games and you put up big numbers and you get yourself into the top 5 and you get PGC points on the board, you gotta respect it, right? Like, I would prefer you play earlier, faster, but hey, you do you, man. You do you. Kickstart, oh my gosh. It was like what's that sport where like they throw clay things in the air and you hit them with the gun as it flies by? It's like
trap shooting.
Trap shooting. It was literally Kickstart trap shooting in the hole. That was hilarious.
Falcons, I gotta say, like, you know, that spot that they were playing has traditionally been a really good spot to play in circles like these, but I feel like that was before mortars were a thing. And I think in you know, as soon as they went there, I'm like, they're gonna get mortared. They're gonna get mortared, and sure enough, Rock obliges, but they still managed to keep 2 up all the way to the very end. They still managed to get 7 kills, 5 placement points, 12 points overall. So I mean, respect where it's due, man. Falcons arguably put themselves in kind of a tough spot, but they still managed to fight out of it and find success.
19 points going the way of Godlike. Furia with 12, Falcons with 12, and on down from there. New Gen All-Stars, you know, Matt, you brought up in the first game, they found points, they made plays. Here they are getting 10. It's too little too late for the big championship, but it's nice to see them doing something. Like, we have been watching them for 4 weeks and really gassed up, especially that first week, to see them play, Matt. And here they are making moves again.
Last day All-Stars coming out big and swinging. Team Liquid up on the top. But remember, Falcons did technically make more points in that last game. So creeping up there, it is just 13 points as a differential now before it drops down into 12 with Furia. And then a much bigger drop down into Rock and Toyo all stacked on top of each other. But Godlike slowly creeping up. They want to become a part of this party.
'Cause I creep. Yeah, I mean, that's the story of the day, though. His teams are creeping up on Team Liquid, who's not slouching, Poro. They're still pulling points. They're still making late games, but everyone else knows they're on the clock. And when that happens, they get aggressive. And there's no reason for Liquid to get aggressive. They should just keep playing their game. Everyone else has the onus of going crazy.
No, Team Liquid is doing exactly what they should do, right? Like they haven't changed the way they're playing at all. Like they're not trying to play safe. They're not hiding in a compound 4 deep and just turtling up. Like they're doing what they need to do, and they're still collecting points and still moving that goalpost higher and higher in terms of first place. Now, Falcons, obviously 2 great games in a row, not a win this time, but still a boatload of points picked up for them. The issue is that Furia is still doing the same thing as well. Like Furia has found themselves in good spots. They're going to get a 2nd place off of that one after all is said and done. But the glow up from Godlike is going to make things really, really interesting when it comes to that final PGC points tally at the end of the day. But right now, we just worried about first place Team Liquid holding strong.
Look forward to seeing if Godlike can continue to ascend, but you're right. Liquid locked it in. Falcons on the chase. Furia, Toyo still looking good. Anything can happen. 3 games left. Oh my God, 3 games left to play. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Oh, stick around because we got Team Comms during the break.
Ooh.
I don't remember who it is, but I'll bet it's Liquid.
Liquid?
Ooh.
Liquid.
Ooh.
Definitely stick around. Team Liquid Comms right now.
I'm going to start taking a hole on this road.
It's one active
Bestia went
already.
up.
Nice.
One more driving.
Driving into us. You can maybe nade him for the kill, or you can just
lethal.
drive into him.
Wolf's a 3-man.
They're on blue. So it's Wolf's, Compound, and Bestia, right?
Yeah.
Should be God form then?
2 God, 3 Wolf, and then 1 Bestia, I think.
Yeah, it's 1 Bestia for sure.
Sorry, say the feat again for me, Luke.
3 Wolf, and then 2 God.
It's basically us fighting
And 1
God late.
Bestia.
Because
Yeah.
Wolf's is pretty.
I can kill this Bestia guy with maybe 1 person, but we're gonna get shot a lot. Is it worth it in the KP?
I don't know.
I think we have win potential if we just
have, okay.
I have so much
What's
more
our
utility, guys.
what's our win potential with Compound?
Well, we have to wait after this shift and we'll see.
I mean, Dodge should
I
be
think we're
blue,
just-
so
yeah,
we're
we're
driving
just playing into zone with some
Bestia's
guys,
in,
Bestia.
not
We
on
have to
his,
try
he's
and
not
kill
in on
blue.
his rock. He's
Okay, we
out.
gotta kill the Bestia guy to clear angles, guys.
Yeah.
Luke, do you have a try to pick you up, Luke? And just have Alo anchor late?
I can throw a cover flare and try and play it on yellow.
You should cover flare the road, just in case. Just cover her towards the road.
I can 10 smokes and play with... I can drop you my smokes, Luke, and you can just play with hello smokes and my cover flares.
That's fine. Luke can play around here. I'm gonna pick up Alo then.
I can anchor them. Luke, come to my
Luke.
spot. I dropped all my shit on yellow.
Cowboys try to pick you up as well, or you like your spot?
Can you pick me up then, Pity?
Oh, probably 3-man do this.
Do you want mini, by the way, Cowboy? Are you using an M16?
It's fine. I'll be fine.
Luke, can you guys grab util?
Yeah. I can. Let me grab it.
I'm gonna smoke once and be able to flash him before we do this.
Well, I'm taking it.
You got an extra nade or anything at Yellow? When you do this quick.
No, I don't. I'm ready.
Okay, let's go. We're killing the best guy, Yellow.
I blew up this car. Pick me up. I'm gonna start flashing. He died.
I'm gonna go take you that spot. Do we want this shield?
I'll play this. More smokes are there. I left them for Luke.
Okay, it's for Luke.
Shield.
Luke should play the yellow. Yeah, I'll play late.
There's a shield. There's a crate in a tree on blue. You can play late. That rock spot looks insane on blue.
Rock looks good.
Yeah.
Going to rock.
That's their winning spot. It looks like.
Are they in
I have pickaxe. We're in gate range probably.
These guys on yellow, Pretty. I can just panzer them.
Start setting up a spot, guys.
Alright.
You need to nade these guys or do something. We can't just stare at them.
Panzer these guys right now, to be honest.
I'm gonna start nading them. Big threat.
Just don't troll.
I trolled.
One knock.
You can take my panzer and panzer them.
I don't want to take your panzer. Panzer's stupid.
Right.
Another one knocked.
One up.
I'm going.
Yeah, I'll get
Figure it out with Ayla.
Come to me.
I have a nade if you want to throw.
I'll just let him kill him alone. You should get it.
Yep, he'll run him over.
Securing this kill, Ayla.
Yep.
1 HP. Nice. I have no 7s by the way now.
They're gonna blow me up soon, guys.
Dot's on blue. Can you put it towards Dot?
I need to smoke soon. Now we're good. They stop shooting. I'm taking Dot.
Take the crate. Nice.
I can PZ them right now if you need.
Nah, we're good. We're all set up.
Okay. We need smoke spread if you have them.
Not right now, though.
Finish with me? Oh,
do them later.
fuck.
Yep.
Okay.
I have no boosters.
I can drop you after I heal.
I have pickaxe too. That long guy needs a cross, by the way.
Low comms. Let's talk about how we kill these guys. One top 4. Don't let him deny as well. Don't make it seem like it's unwinnable for him. Don't make it seem like it's unwinnable, guys. Yeah, you can.
Can you guys win the game if I throw?
Yeah,
that left ridge is insane too.
Take a risk to get the KP, Luke. Take a risk.
I'm smoking close.
If they smoke towards blue, they can actually win the game. Do we have any smoke?
They can. I can kill all of it.
They're BZ'd. I'm gonna run while they're BZ'd.
They need me. I need to cancel. Left guy might be lit. He was around yellow.
One guy top blind still.
Knock yellow.
You're just
last guy blind.
Yeah. I can't run closer now. I went up way too high.
I'm gonna go peek in this guy.
Headshot body. He's gonna die. Yeah, shot him, bottom.
Man, I wanted that kill. Good job, though.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.
It's been highlight reel material as our teams take the field here on the last day of play. Godlike and Falcons put up big numbers off the jump, but Falcons are screaming towards the top as Liquid holds on with an iron grip and tries to ride this one out. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Porosaurus and the Matchroom as we get ready to break down the next 3 games that could determine the future or lack thereof for a lot of these teams when it comes to PUBG at the international level. Matchroom, what's your take so far after 2 games? What's standing out to you? What do you wish would change? You know, what do you want with the world?
I thought that we had everything kind of set up and there was a chance for somebody to kind of sneak in and take over some of these points. But now the Godlikes decided to go explosive in this last game. If they can do it a couple more times, which we know the squad can be really consistent when they're going, it feels like maybe this is the start getting the engine revved up, but they have to keep the momentum up, because if they can keep up a decent tread, if they can get up to 3rd place somewhere in that category, they are going to be fine. They should be able to sail forward.
All right, well, let's sail forward into game number 3. It's about to kick off, as will our matches. It's been a pretty crazy start so far. Tough shift on Miramar with that northern plane path, and here we stand favoring the island. This could be pretty sketchy, and while I love a good Ohyang circle, I don't believe we're going to get one this time around. I love this plane, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, what have we done? 2 circles up there by Shipyard the last couple of days, so it'd be interesting to see something different this time around. But again, just another plane path that's kind of favoring one direction and cutting off a pretty significant portion of the map. But as you said, Ohyang, stop with the one direction. Come on, man. Like, that's low-hanging fruit. You're better than this. No, you're not.
Talking about Harry Styles as low-hanging fruit? Stop.
Never mind.
On broadcast.
Never mind. No, you're not better than this.
Nope.
Matt, tell me where all the teams are landing.
They're just kind of going to their basics. Nothing too crazy. I will say that one of the things I am looking forward to, if we get the circle and it does go onto the main island, and we kind of mentioned it yesterday, I want to see how competitive players play around the hills to the south of Army Base now that we've got destructible environments over there.
Yeah,
that's going to make that even more nutty than it already was. Even if it goes over to the west around Wolsong, that's fine too. So we'll get that. But, even as we kind of eye down into what's going to be going on south of Godok, there's going to be a couple of pretty cool opportunities for destructible environments over there too.
Island vibes, Poro. And if anybody knows Island vibes, it's me. As everybody's got to get over there. Tough rotations for the entire map, especially when you talk about having folks already locked up on every single bridge rotation if they choose to use it.
Island vibes. I feel like you've got that stitched on a throw pillow.
Oh, yep.
Live last
inside at the lake house. You're like, do you have like the poster that's like, you're on island time now?
I don't know about island time, but yes, there are
just
a bunch of those.
Just
things.
Like oars and stuff.
Yeah, and anchors. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I'm old. What do you want from me?
It's not like we can judge much, Poro. We're both Texan, and everybody goes that ranch vibe where you put up all the cow skulls and the wood paneling everywhere. And it's not much
Chip
better.
and Joanna Gaines ruined everything for us, but that's neither here nor there. Somebody will get that. But
we're talking about Garth Brooks here.
No,
yeah, I got you.
No, not that Gaines. That's Chris Gaines, and that is still one of my favorite all-time fun facts. But already an e-pickup packed up here by Furia. Furia, they've been, like we said, they've been consistent, but I don't know if consistency is going to be enough to get it done today when Falcons and Rock have been showing out the way they have.
I agree with that. I think you have to be more than consistent, unless that consistency is something where you're like averaging 12 to 15 points per game, right? Like, I just don't know that there's much else you can sort of put on the table. I will say this, though. The rotations are starting. Players are getting their Panzerfaust, shoving them in the back of the cars, and it looks like we may have our first fight in the offing. So I'm going to turn it over and get out of here, gentlemen. Good luck. Godspeed.
I mean, Godlike, 12 points behind Toyo right now, but you just have to have big games. Not like decent games. You got to have big games because Toyo, Rock, and Furia have just been absolute rocks of consistency, no pun intended on it. And then Falcons coming alive at these later stages with eyes on to the top means even Team Liquid can't be calm in how they're dealing with it. Team Liquid's already got a pretty centered position on the circle, but Rock's already over here as well with X10 kind of caught off with the Southern duo. Rock might want to go after him as, again, it's going to be Bolivia and Fate right next to each other.
And Bolivia can't catch a break, can they? Like, they haven't had a great tournament. but they don't need the bad luck going with it. Like, this is just very caught out as Team Fate is just kind of pushing through. But and this could also just be Team Fate saying, well, we know Bolivia drops Shipyard, let's go farm and see what happens. But now this is, look, Sparking has been showing up today. Like, he's second place overall in terms of kills now to Kurt, which is crazy to say, but but
why couldn't they do this when they were on Team Liquid together?
Dude, tell me about it. But you can see that Rock is playing a little bit different today. Like, they've coming in with this aggression that they haven't really had in the first couple of days, and it's kind of like well, we've got nothing else to lose at this point. Like, let's just send it and see what happens. And so far through 2 games, they've found some success with it.
X10 very solid in their defense, realizing that they were a bit vulnerable, going loud and a bit scary to force Rock away from a potential push that they were thinking about. Now just gotta be a little bit more cautious as LFP, for Godlike, goes down early, and that's going to be on that eastern bridge that Toffees was alluding to as Bestia is set up and waiting. Duel now coming up back behind Godlike.
Yeah, this if Bestia slows Godlike down enough here, but it looks like Bestia might be hopping in vehicles and dipping out after getting that 1 kill. But there you go. Again, returning to Stalber here, but just a little less mountainous as Dad Buff will go down to Viri. But now Tater will spot out Viri. Viri's going to get Timfy, though, as well. Viri holding the line, and now the rest of Bolivia has arrived. And this is a full-on scrap as another one's going to go down. And Mio now, the last player left alive for Team Fate, will play around the dirt pile, gets knocked down to 37 HP. He's got a grenade in hand. Maybe he can get lucky with this one. Team Fate, though, they're starting to wrap around.
I mean, Fate wanted this one, and suddenly they are regretting it. Viri put up such a solid defense.
Okay.
Bolivia a little pissed about it.
All right, guys, you're in last place. Calm down. You've got 18 points. Like,
well, I mean, I think that's kind of the
I guess
message
if you're
they're trying to send, right?
The opportunity to flex. You haven't had very many opportunities, so take it while you can, I guess. Yeah, no, you know what? Spray those crates. Let them know.
Duel is actually going to sneak into position ahead of Godlike, so they're going to go ahead and get over to the bridge. Furia is going to be wrapping into the north. Chapinski is going to be a bit around them, as you can see Oracle on the mini-map down there. It's going to be the south area around Wolfsong that they're trying to set up for. Nothing too crazy just yet, as I think that Furia's already got a pretty decent position, but it's going to be kind of close to where Rock was going to be playing a moment ago. Wolf also coming in from the south. Looks like they have eyes on that eastern bridge, so if Godlike holds out any longer, they're going to have another squad that they have to deal with.
Like they did manage to get their player back, but they've got to wait for him to land on the ground here. And that's the question is Wolves going to see this parachute coming in, and are they going to realize that Godlike is kind of in a rough patch here? But I think they're far enough away that even if they did spot it, I don't think they're too terribly committed into making that push. The interesting thing for Wolves, though, now is that it looks like they're going for that other bridge, and Duel has kind of slowed down around on the northern island part of that bridge. So I don't know if that's necessarily a camp that Duel is doing, or if they've just kind of got pushed away by New Gen All-Stars.
It feels like it's a little bit of both, trying to make the best of both worlds, as I believe it's Kane that's keeping an eye on the bridge just in case. Wooly is, I believe, in a glider, just kind of roaming around, see what he can scout out. That does open up more pathing options for Godlike. They should be able to cross, but that's going to put them right up against Bestia again if they go too far into the circle. Way outside of everything, we do have the Bolivia players way over into the east, so I have to see what stacks over with them and how they're wanting to approach. Rent Free's going to be up into the north, kind of wrapping around, while Falcons just making their caravan right on top of them as Honey Badger, not necessarily one of the players you want to casually drive next to, because you never know whenever Rent Free is going to be playing for position or when they're now going to be just playing for blood.
Not really. Doesn't look like, I'm not sure Falcons even spotted these guys. As you said, I think they're just kind of playing around there and just kind of holding the line on that high ground just in case the circle does hard shift over in this direction. They have Cryo on playing something a little bit higher, but they are, they're going to spot them out now. Yeah, they know they are not alone on the northern side.
Yeah, this is offensive driving that Falcons are just trying to see if they can force Rent Free as far along the coastline as they can to get more space to kind of wrap into that Wolfsong territory. But Rent Free's not going to stop off without taking a couple of shots and force Falcons to say, hey, no, you can't just kind of use your cars to body us out of the circle entirely. Rent-Free is actually going to send Gats more along the southern area with Jam. Jam and cars means revolver time potentially.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have a bolty this time. I guess he's gonna have to make it do with the revolver. As okay, yeah, Falcons. They just they tower up and will dare Rent-Free to try to push into him. And Rent-Free, they don't want any of that smoke. That's not looking like an easy fight anymore. So they'll go ahead and go back. They still plenty of real estate to worry about. Although Bizzler, yeah, of course he's gonna take a shot. Why not?
Sure, you never know. They don't necessarily know who they were riding against until a knock comes out. So, for all they know, it could have been somebody that they could feel a little bit more spicy on.
Getting 3-tapped the second you peek the ridgeline lets you know that it's probably not a team that you want to be messing with.
I mean, but it is Rent-Free, so you never know. They're
Also
like, okay,
fair.
they did hit the shots, but that means that they burned through some of their ammo, guys. That means we get a chance. Now, Falcons, Rent-Free still going to be stacked on top of each other as the circle does go more to the south.
Hard shift down to the south, and yeah, I mean, good for pretty much every team in the lobby other than Falcons and Rent-Free, and they're going to continue.
Deja vu.
Of course, Jam is just going to go push right in there, and he is going to go down. Kickstart gets the knock on the Gats, and now Rent-Free knows who it is that they are fighting with. Kickstart has stopped down, though. He's playing around the outside of that US, and Jam will get the knock. Shrimsy's going to go down as well. Tiggleton will get the trade, and it's a 2v2 now in the middle of the open field here between Rent-Free and Team Falcons.
Tig's got a track on one of them. Gustav seeing if maybe he can just get the nade on top of the potential res. Throw looks like it could be pretty good. Got a bounce. Does get the knock on the Gats yet again. Jam, though, just gets more cover for the deal. Falcons wanting to defend their knocks. And it looks like Rent-Free is trying to figure out if they can set up. But Tiggleton denies anything that Jam wants to set up.
Oh, you thought you were going to be able to escape, didn't you? Well, Jam goes down, and now Honey Badger all by himself in the Porter will retreat off to the north. Actually, it looks like he's just going to retreat to the compound itself, and it's not like Rent-Free to just retreat, right? Like, Honey Badger is not just going to run away. He'll stick around here and maybe take a few more shots into him, or at least see if he can get the blue chips back, maybe? I don't know. Or he's going to Austin Powers this Porter while they're in the middle of a city.
Must protect Porter so that way he can hop back out and go for some shots. But if anything, he's just kind of drawing out Falcon's attention for even longer to keep their focus on him, being like, all right, is he going to reveal himself again? No, okay, we'll commit into the res, and then we'll go on our merry way. Luckily, Falcons do have plenty of space to play in the north, specifically on the pathing that they're going to be taking in, so it should be pretty okay. Most of our other players have managed to cement into the circle. Godoc's got 2 teams inside of it, but Bolivia to the east is going to be one of our few squads that are still going to be trying to find a home, whereas everybody else is pretty settled in.
I feel like there is a 0%, with all these vehicles just kind of hanging around here, I feel like there's probably a very low percentage chance that there's going to be blue chips ready for waiting for Honey Badger when he gets back.
Well, it's like 2 different times of kind of jockeying up next to each other while driving and then having to deal with the compounds. Like, Falcons are like, no, we don't want to deal with that again because that could just put them right back behind us. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be some exploding blue chips. Rock does actually need to squeak into the circle a bit more, but Bestia is running a 2-2 split down around Palace, going up more north into the circle itself. So this is going to be the hillsides where you can kind of entrench a bit better. So this circle does have some fields coming out from the southwest of Godoc, but it also has a lot of hillsides, and that's what's kind of calmed everything down, is there's a lot of little mini arenas that the teams can fight in, specifically down to the southeast.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Because you've got 3 teams in Godoc right now. As you said, Falcons are coming in from the north side. Looks like they should be able to get in there pretty easily. But Rock has kind of been hunting Furia up here. Not that E-pickup has been popped as well. I'm going to let Rock know that there's at least one up here. BL just kind of playing around it for the time being as Falcons slowly make their way in. It doesn't look like they're going to go any further than just the edge of zone right now. They're going to wait and see where C2 pops. Or C3 pops, rather. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they just roll in and spot a couple of explosions going, all right, something was going on over here. And now it looks like they spotted out Furia. So that might mean a little bit of benefit for what was going on with Rock, is now the circle is popped. And I don't know if Falcons want to go after this the same way they did a second ago.
Oh my god, the most random thing that has a third-party impact on this. Sentastico gets hit by a red zone bomb, which slows Rock down. They have to go for that res. They weren't able to focus all their attention on Furia, so Falcons are able to come up, take a few shots in parting, but they've decided that they don't really want to have anything to do with it. The helicopter will leave. Furia now knows that they are sandwiched between two different teams on both sides, and they're going to just go ahead and send Kraken in immediately.
I'm very curious on where Falcons goes for priority on this. There is a little bit of the hill that they're presently on that's still inside the circle, but it is just a smidgen to play. And that is entrenchable, but doesn't feel incredibly good. They might just stop, try to get some vision before maybe sending it more down, because the western side of the circle is going to be mostly fields with a compound that Team Liquid is already taking firm control over. That means all of our squads in the west, what we see this kind of ransacking run-around thing going on with is going to be X10 with nowhere to go. They're going to wrap over in the Falcons, while Rock suddenly has a path to run right into the circle pretty clear and not going to have to deal with too much, as now Falcons got to deal with X10, but they at least have a dip to work with.
Yeah, this is a weird one for Rock and it's really just a question of how deep do you want to go. Oh my god, Tiggleton just going to absolutely destroy Santa Hero, and now there's one left alive. Kalnix, he's going to go down as well. Tiggleton starting to feel it now. 314 damage, get him a couple more kills as well, as now the other two members of X10 are pinned up against a rock, while the rest of Falcons kind of hover around.
This is more points going in Falcons' pocket, though, as it is just 10 points difference between them and Team Liquid, as that card gets popped, man. Nobody goes down, but the follow-up shots coming from Kickstart will be enough to do it. X10, do you even have anywhere to go? No, you do not. And that lead that Team Liquid has is getting smaller by the second.
Damn, 7 kills at 15 minutes in, and it's going to be X10 and 3/4 of Rent Free. It looks like Honey Badger's starting to make his way in to the north side of Godok, so might have something to work here. But Falcons is on one today, as they are now 6 points back from Team Liquid in first place, and Team Liquid just takes a knock on a Cowboy.
Falcons not even playing this really aggressive. It's more just everybody else coming after them, and they're like, sure, I guess we'll take it. Let's have the firefight, and that is going to be Cowboy going down, and Rock is going to have the dip on the opposing side of the road away from Team Liquid that they can now play a little bit safer. A lot of the verticality is going to be gone from this section of the circle. That's more over into the east, where it's going to be Godlike, Bolivia, Bestia. They're all going to be playing at most likely Wolf here in just a little while, but here come a couple of mortars, and a bit blind at the start, nobody knowing exactly how all of this is kind of settled down.
Man, I need to see something from Wolves this game. Or
that might be pretty close to Rock.
That is very close to Rock. Gustav gonna be the one that drops the mortars this time. He's like, hey, let me show you how it's done real quick. Gets the first knock, doesn't get the flush in return though, so Rock may have an opportunity.
No.
Never mind. Disregard that previous statement, but they are getting a lot of cover if they can survive this initial onslaught.
Yeah, cover it's not going to be inside the circle. I like this coming out from Falcons, though, because whenever we see these types of circles, people will often play inside of these little dips, you know, down in the corners on this map to see if they can kind of get some distance and get some safety away from the compounds. And so all the Falcons really did was just beat in on several of those and drop a couple of mortars. They scouted it, saw vision and movement, then kind of beat it in on one specifically and started just seeing what they could get out of it. Very cleanly played as now. Bestia, you're going to find yourself with a lot of friends at Duel right on top of you.
Well, Bestia getting the initial double knock there, but Kane and Pentalol doing a good job of holding on here. P90 in the hands of Penta is a terrifying prospect. He's going to have time to at least heal up as the grenades will stop falling here, at least temporarily. Vinny going to hop back in the vehicle. Looks like Frogman's being left behind as Bestia tries to regroup where they can.
Just big dust up now happening as Team Liquid has also just crossed the circle. They decide that they want to get involved in this one, so Duel, having to deal with multiple angles of defense, has to move more into the east. That's going to be exactly where Pippa is going to be at in his defense. Down behind all of this, we also still have Wolf spotting this, not having a chance to get involved. Even mortars now starting to rain down inside of all of this, but Team Liquid has managed to get over here pretty clear.
They have, and they're getting shot at by Toyo. They're getting shot at by Chapinski's. Everybody in the south side of Godok basically has eyes on this as they'll continue to make their push in, but Bestia will get eliminated as Team Liquid will pick up another one, and that's 3 points for them. They realize the situation with Falcons. They see the kill feed lighting up with Falcons kills. They know they have to keep being active, and what the hell just happened to Falcons?
It is the reverse. I mean,
Revenge?
Rent-Free just played down the Uno reverse card onto Falcons and takes them down. 9 points difference between them and Team Liquid, but Rent-Free finding 5 kills already. They're getting closer and closer to No Way.
They didn't destroy the blue chips. They didn't
Good guy
destroy
Falcons get punished for it.
And they get wiped by the team that they just wiped. Oh my gosh, you can't write tragedies like this. Unbelievable stuff. Good recovery from Rent-Free, obviously, but Falcons going down. They managed to get 8 kills beforehand, so at the end of the day, it's not the worst thing ever, but we'll see what Copenhagen Wolves can do now that they've spotted Rock moving up to the Rock, but they are all 3 on top of that, and that is grenade bait if ever he saw it.
Yeah, Nugent All-Stars on the other side instantly punishes it, and there is nowhere for Rock to go. At least a little bit of cover is being provided by all the explosions happening around him if they can make it back over there, but they don't even get the chance. Rock goes down, and Nugent All-Stars still has to get into this new circle as it has gone to the hills. But most notably, Godok has finally left the circle. That means Rent-Free, Chapinski's, No Way, Toyo, and as well as kind of Furia all have to go into this hillside coming out of Godok.
All right, Godlike is on the clock once again. They've got control over a compound, a res station, and the center of the circle, essentially. I mean, you see how much real estate they have to play with, but all these teams coming out of Godok, who's going to capitalize on it? I am Bolivia, obviously in a great position here, but it's asking a lot to keep track of this. This might just be all of our teams in Godok deciding to fight amongst each other and try to get points before eventually having to move into a bad spot.
Toyo is the one that kind of has my biggest attention because this is a squad that wants
They
to
need
try to keep
something.
as big of a distance away from Godlike as they can. Godlike already inside the circle, and they need to climb. Furia as well. They have a bit of an easier path as they're not in Godok itself, so they can kind of still wrap to the south if they want to. I say the squads and Toyo and really Toyo around them don't have too much they can really do, as now Rent-Free is going to be trying to make this rotate. You can see how easily punished it is.
Yeah, Bolivia gets him low, forces him behind the rock, but Jam will at least donate that point back over to the blue. We'll give one to Bolivia as Copenhagen Wolves. Where are they lining up on? I mean, New Gen All-Stars. Yeah, New Gen seems like the obvious spot here, doesn't it? As there's a lot of vehicles right there, but the mortar's just falling a little bit shy.
The first one did. I was going to say the second one was pretty much on the exact same angle for it, so there's the third one as well. If anything, now Furia was trying to find a path in, and that's going to put Toyo back behind the Nugent All-Stars in front of him, and Wolf just sows chaos and are loving what they're seeing on the kill feed now.
Sure are, and Chapinski's actually going to take the fight with No Way as well. We kind of predicted that was what was going to happen in Godok, as these teams are going to scrap it with each other before trying to make their way into the zone. Toyo taking it to Furia, as Furia was trying to pay attention to New Gen All-Stars, so Furia getting pinched here. Will take a knock initially, but they are holding strong.
Needs very, very close. Draft King, and that's going to finish him off. That is going to be Furia now eliminated. Open opportunity for Toyo, but not really. Only having the one player still up and alive and creeping his way into the circle. Just a couple of bushes. The only thing that's going to give him cover as he looks back into Chapinski's. There's also still Slabby alive for No Way out inside of Godok.
Well, goodbye, Slabby. When we you think you see that last player, and it's like, oh, yep, never mind, he's dead. But you know, even though Toyo down to just Emmy right now, they did get 5 kills, right? They still are getting something, even though they had to fight their way out of a bad position. So they're still keeping themselves inside the conversation. The question though is, Godlike, man, what are they going to do with this spot that they have? They have the south side. They've spotted out Rent-Free. They know that there's a lot of teams over there on the west, but they weren't able to really put themselves in a spot to capitalize off of everything coming out of the city itself. So this is just a late game play here for Godlike, and it might work out well for them if they play their cards right.
The way that the circle sets, you can see that Rent-Free's got high ground on the hillside to the east. Team Liquid is playing one of the lower hills over in the west. There is a bit more of a higher ground position that Wolf is playing around, but it doesn't provide much cover for them to deal with. Team Liquid's got the spattering of solos back behind them as well, but it's really just going to be Bolivia that's going to have to move into the circle because the center of the circle just kind of happens to go into a valley. There is a mini hill in between the two hills on both sides of the circle, where Team Liquid and Rent-Free are going to be playing, but then it drops into another valley, and that's going to be where Godlike's compound is. So while Godlike has a compound, they're going to get constant harassment from the high ground.
You look at teams that have a lot to gain from this. Godlike and Wolves, obviously the two biggest names here. As Emmy's going to get spotted out. There you go. Shimboy will collect another point here for New Gen All-Stars. He's all by himself. Looks like he's just kind of running around on that northern side, trying to avoid the line of sight. But Wolves and Liquid now going to scrap, as Wolves will pull right into the midst. They will run into the gopher holes that have been dug here by Red Zones and Team Liquid, and the grenade will find Snakers to start things off.
Jump right into the hole, makes it real easy to drop a nade on it as well. Other side of this, Viri did sneak in using the distraction, what was going to be going on. It's got some distance, but that was way too close. 2 players down for Team Liquid right now, and it is back onto the shoulders of Purdy Curdy to keep his squad in this.
Okay. Hurt. We've seen him do a lot by himself. H-Win just hiding down right now, and now Shinboy's coming over here, and I'm Bolivia actually getting a little bit antsy as well. Shinboy going to collect another point here by flushing out Alo. Vox looks like Snaker's back on his feet, so Wolves collecting some points here. If they can get rid of Kurt here, that'd be absolutely huge.
Godlike's going to be crashing into the other side, right back behind Wolf. They've read the circle and how everything's kind of stacked up, realizing there's an opportunity for a ton of kills over here. They're going to have high ground right back behind what the Wolves are trying to set up, but somehow Kurt is clinging to life in the middle of all of this. He's got Luke right on top of him as well, and it looks like Wolf's trying to go for a res while it's going to be the Godlike duo coming up back behind it all. Shinboy goes for a big play, but can't quite connect it.
Oh, that looked like it was on the line, or on the mark too. Luke 12. It looks like I thought Kurt was going for the res, but he gets pushed off by something. I'm not sure if it was the Panzerfaust or something else, but I Am Bolivia now getting involved as well, fighting their way out of the smokes. Meanwhile, Rent Free is just laughing. They somehow have managed to make it here to the late game. They have the entire east side of themselves. They see all of this playing out, but Godlike is collecting points hand over fist. They've now jumped over Wolves, and they're back in 6th place.
Kurt's just clinging to life, and Bolivia is coming up right back behind him. Snaker's doing the same, just down in his own foxhole. But that looks like a C4 car, not even gonna be needed. Double explosions for Snakers to make sure that he goes out of this lobby.
Beautiful 3-point shot there with the grenade, right in the bucket, right where you want it to be. Purdy Curdy just lying low here, hiding with the P90 in hand, could cause huge problems here for Bolivia, as Nazera is going to get spotted out by Fana, and now Honey Badger will get the knock on a Viri.
Rent Free just being a core component to the entirety of this game. Gonna be up on that other high ground like you're talking about, just vibing, living their life. LFP has been playing down to the south of Godlike for quite a while, but Kurt, how do you do it? How does he do it? He finds even more points. This man feels unstoppable.
The Purdy Curdy 90. He finds a triple. Gets 644 damage, 8 kills now for Team Liquid as they get a further secure grasp on 1st place. And now Godlike starting to make their way down, but Rent Free still with that great position, laying down fire at them as they move.
Okay, Rent Free, big potential for you guys. I mean, anything that you can get out of it is going to be big, but Godlike, they want everything that they can find here. Team Liquid's just laughing. Somehow finding more. It's going to be Kurt versus Godlike. Nowhere to go. Finally, he's going to go down. Godlike going to sigh a moment. Take it. Get your feet back underneath of you, because Rent Free is already starting to position to come after you.
This is absolutely huge for Godlike. If they can secure this win, an amazing turnaround for this team on the final day, when so much was on the line for them in terms of PGC points, and the rest of the year they are delivering when the pressure was the highest. If they can get this win, that would be absolutely huge. But Rent Free are living a blessed life throughout this game. They're the ups and downs. I want Rent Free to win this game just for the story, because they got wiped essentially by Falcons early on. Honey Badger, the last player left alive, was able to go back, secure the blue chips, get all his team back on their feet. They wiped Falcons. They now find themselves fighting for 1st place here against Godlike.
Other side of that, though, is Godlike and the PGC point totals. If they can continue, we saw in the last game, they started a roll, and it looks like they're going to try to see if they can close this one out on the other side of it. Haven going for the flank push, as it feels like everybody from Rent Free's got their backs up against the blue zone with nowhere to go. It's just going to be aim and trying to make sure you can kill your way into the victory, but that is exactly what Rent Free lives for.
The question is, how much utility do these guys have? Godlike had obviously been playing from that compound for quite some time, but they did come down here and manage to collect a bunch of stuff off of what had happened over on the west. But Rent Free has just kind of been playing here on the north side, third-partying things from range. And remember, they most of these guys were revived by Honey Badger, so all they've got to work with is what they were able to gather in the city itself. And if they happen to come across anything on their way. So we'll see how many smokes they have. They are starting to die down, though, and Fauna's got great position with this high ground.
And they've found all of these crates. So it is economy galore for Godlike. More and more tools to try to secure themselves more points. You definitely have to say the underdogs in this are going to be Rent Free. Already taking some damage. Gats has to just creep away from the blue zone. Nade's going to roll right on top of him. He's going to go down. Bizzler at the same time. Godlike coming alive yet again. And it feels like this leaderboard is going to get even spicier unless Honey Badger can turn it all around.
Godlike collapsing down, and Honey Badger all by himself once again. The hero from Rent Free will try to do something in the end, but it will go down to the grenade from Godlike, who has come alive in day number 3. They have hopped all the way up into 4th place overall.
Just 10 points away from Furia, and we were talking about all these PGC setups and the implications of placement with Godlike's placement inside the last finals, Toffees. This is just going to throw everything for a curveball.
Godlike rising on the 3rd day is foretold. It's what they had to do. It's the moves they had to make, and they're going to do that. They're going to let everyone see them for what they are, show us the wounds that they took to this point, and then live. And that's what they're doing right now, playing incredibly well. In fact, the way they played that endgame, Poro, was fabulous. They sent Fauna off to where all the boxes were. If I counted correctly, I believe he shot 3 different guns in that process, and I truly believe pulled the attention of Rent Free in that direction. And then the other 3 Godlike players just come flooding up over the top of that hill, and there was nothing that Rent Free could do.
I wouldn't be surprised, man, but I gotta say, it speaks volumes to the mental fortitude of this team. Their struggles that they've had in week 2 are well documented at this point. Having to qualify for the grand finals by waiting all the way till day 3 of the playoffs, and then the first couple of days here, it's been pretty pedestrian. Like, they haven't really done much of anything. But now, with so much on the line as far as PGC points and everything, they come in here on day 3 and they're performing at this level and delivering this type of performance. Absolutely huge from these guys. I mean, you could have easily just been tilted off of the face of the earth, but these guys have managed to reset and get themselves back into a positive headspace, and they are producing big results now.
I'll tell you what, if Godlike gets props for having 4 players who are just absolutely on fire today, Matt, Liquid gets props for having 1 player who seems completely unbeatable. He's insane.
Thank you. While those highlights were going, I was like, we got to talk about Kurt for a second, don't we? Because I don't know what's changed Kurt, but I love it. Man, just keep farming. This guy is no fear. He is just peeking everything. 3 people chasing after me? Fine, I got it. I'll just play the rocks, rotate back over. It is just consistently finding ways to get points for his team, either with BRDMs or just playing a solo. It has just been time and time again keeping Liquid at the top of the leaderboard.
Fear the beard as Liquid and Kurt continue to put points up on the board. Godlike on the grind. Rent Free and I Am Bolivia both popping, and both of them, Poro, had challenges. You brought up the Rent Free thing. Remember, I Am Bolivia also got ambushed by Fate in the early game and managed to turn it back around on him. We saw some cheeky shenanigans with the box spray, but ultimately, if that got them fired up and they get to the top 4, I'm for it.
Exactly. Like, do what you got to do, man. If you got the win, like getting a win there and doing box spray what it is. I know I was getting a little bit trolly there in the chat saying, like, oh, man, you're in last place. Why are you spraying box? But you know what? They haven't had a lot of things to be excited about and get pumped up about. And if that's what's going to do it for them, and that gets them in the right positive headspace and starts being a little bit more aggressive and confident going forward, man, I'm all for it. Do it.
On the flip side of that, I got to jump in. Bolivia is also being bullied in the early games by several different teams that keep going after him. And this is a very early excursion that a team went to go after them yet again.
Agree.
I don't necessarily mind them being like, yeah, finally we managed to stop some of the bleeding and we managed to put somebody down. That's a big moral victory for a squad.
I mean, it was a 10th place team who saw the opportunity to try to get what they were going to consider easy points. Bolivia wiped them, and I think sent the message like they knew they were still hearing things on the body and said that's what you get for thinking we're an easy feed. And I'm with you, Matt. I respect the hell out of that, but also love the jokes that go with it. Team Liquid 149 at the top of the leaderboard. Team Falcons right behind him at 131, a much smaller gap than we expected at the start of the day today. Furia, Godlike, and Toyo smashed together in that top 3, 4, 5. The crazy part is Godlike has had a huge glow up, and if I believe they continue on the same point trajectory that they have gotten, Poro, they will finish in 3rd place, maybe even competing for 2nd if Falcons lets off the gas.
Yeah, it's really interesting to watch here. Like with 2 games remaining, obviously, I mean, you got to look at the overall points, right? Like Godlike and Toyo still 30 points removed from Falcons with 2 games remaining. It doesn't look like Falcons are going to slow down anytime soon. So maybe 2nd place might be out of reach, but that battle for 3rd, like Toyo, it felt like they've kind of fallen by the wayside here a little bit today and started sliding down a little bit, but they've still been getting points. Like they've still been delivering. They just need to have that big game performance again where they either get a win or a 2nd or something with a nice little stack of kills to put themselves back in the conversation.
I like that the rent-free logo is gas upside down, but also not lost on me that it looks like SOB. And that is fun because rent-free is out there causing trouble, right? Like that's what they want, though. They want the lie to be like, you guys are the worst because they make big plays. And in this game, they got out there and they kerfuffled. And if you kerfuffle, Toffees loves you. Godlike also kerfuffling like bosses today, not shying from fights, getting into it when they need to. Sure, Fox a little bit judgmental in his photo, like he's looking into my soul and not happy with what he sees, but he can do that. The way that him and his boys have been playing today, they deserve so. And Matchum, you, I think, and Poro were talking about Jam. This guy is just out there to feel the real.
I don't know. He always runs guns that can't really jam, so it's kind of funny. He's always rocking them bolties, man, and he is trying to turn the meta on its head. I respect it. I do want to jump back over to the Godlike conversation for just 1 second, though, but the fact that I think that we need to appreciate that this is a squad that whenever we saw them coming into today, Godlike only had 51 points. They've generated 2 days worth of points for themselves just in these first 3 games. So they have figured out whatever they need to figure out to start escalating and trying to get up there. So if I am somebody like Toyo or even kind of like Furia in this category, I'm going to start being a little bit scared.
You got LFP or looking for points. Number 1 here, found him. 19 kills, 15 knockouts, and helping this team make a surge up the leaderboard. The problem that I have, Poro, is where were they the last 2 days? Liquid would be trying to catch them if they had shown up like this on day 1.
And, you know, that's fair, but like, you can't really do anything about what's in the past, right? All you can do is play the games that are ahead of you, and that's what Godlike is doing. And the fact that they've been able to keep that positive mental attitude and that confidence coming into today, building off the success from game 1, obviously, is, again, speaks volumes to that team's mental fortitude and to their coach as well. I think Big Head has been doing a great job. You'd be forgiven for completely forgetting that this is an open qualifier team at the end of the day. Like, they came through the cup system, and now they're delivering in such a way that they might find themselves representing our region at international competition.
I like your idea. You can't do anything about the past. That is classic anti-time travel mentality. I think maybe you try. You try to wipe our memories away. You try to not let us remember the bad, because that's what they did, essentially, Matchum. Those last 2 days are gone. Poof, out of my head, right? Because all I'm going to talk about for the next month is today.
It still depends on those next 2 games. If the next 2 games go great, yeah, nobody's going to remember those other 2 days. The next 2 games go bad, then everybody's going to be like, oh man, if only they played well on those first 2 days. Welcome to being a pro player. No matter what you do, you're going to be judged eternally off of whatever happens in a weekend.
That is true. We all know much about that. So, weekend is coming to an end. 20 seconds or so until we're moving into the next game. It's going to be a good one because there's only 2 matches left to play. Poro, when you looked at that leaderboard, we kind of went over it. We're at a point where we're sort of looking at a fight for 1st and 2nd interchangeably, and then a battle for like maybe 1, 3, 4, 5. Can anybody below that, do you think, pop up to make it into that sort of top 5 battle at this moment?
Oof. Well, if my leaderboard were to refresh and I could tell you exactly what I think, but no, Just based off the eyeball test, just on how things are going today, unless some team we get just a wacky, crazy circle that throws things out of whack and some random team just ends up getting a boatload of kills and puts themselves back in the conversation. It feels like this top 5 is kind of jockeying amongst themselves. I guess you could throw in Rock as well. I think if you look at how teams have been playing today so far, Rock seems to be the one that's being more aggressive, going after fights, trying to get points. Copenhagen Wolves, it feels like they've been driving around and trying to keep 4 up to the late game, but they just haven't had that same success so far. So 2 games remaining. I think that's the top 5, and then maybe Rock.
Yeah, I think that you are absolutely correct. Rock had that one big game that got him here, but they haven't had as much after that. And now let's get ready. It's time for game number 4 as we head on over to the plane, see where the map is going to send us as the circles pop shortly. It's a nice, easy plane right down the middle. I was going to say this, though. Copenhagen Wolves, 85 points, and it drops all the way off to Bestia at 63. So 8 and below, they're out of the hunt. But if you're Copenhagen Wolves at 85 and Rock at 98, I think you have to say 2 games left, we have nothing to lose, right? Like, at the end of the day, the differential in cash at that stage and PGC points is nominal. But if you can make it to the top 4, top 3, it's excessive, right? So you have to say, F it, let's just go. Worst case scenario, we end up in 7th and battling Bestia for 8th, maybe. Best case scenario, we Tropsalops 3 or 4 teams here, and now we're back in the mix. So I need Wolves, when they land, to go full pack mentality and begin to hunt. They're the only animal in the world that kills for fun. Matt, they need to do it here.
And think about this for a second. H1 wants to make a statement, and now that it's going to be clutch time and it's time to shoot whatever you want to around you, Snakers gets taken off the leash. He can now just start going after kills, and they can start playing more aggressive. I 100% agree with you. If we see a big game here from Wolves, I am scared for the game that comes after this one.
Absolutely. And that's what they have to do it. They have to make that play. And even if they have a bad one here, that just opens them up to do whatever they want in the next one and try to make a statement that we are ballers. We deserve to be invited. We deserve to be at things because we're fun to watch. Now, we can check in all over the map right now, but God L, as we zoom in on them, this is a team that actually has the potential, Poro, to change up our leader system. If they have another game like the other 2, they could maybe, I believe, enter the mix with Liquid and Falcons.
No, absolutely. And to be fair, this circle is, again, kind of giving them some favor. Like, they are inside C1 and they can kind of decide how they want to play this, coming down from the northwest, knowing that their backs are going to be clear for the most part. I don't think anybody's going to do any massive, long wrapping rotations up to the northwest. And, it's just kind of a question of how they decide to play this one out. Are they going to stay north of the river? Are they going to go south of the river? What are they thinking?
I have a quick question. Look at the top of the board. Does Fate always 4-point drop around I Am Bolivia, or does this feel vindictive?
I was kind of looking at the same thing. I don't think that this is necessarily vindictive, but it's definitely opportunistic, especially how this last roll came through. Team Liquid, though, surprising me with another early rotate as we've got the river that cuts in, and it's another kind of 50 where we've got desert and another 50 where we've got more grasslands as we get a little bit of Miramar and a little bit of Erangel going into the circle.
A little bit of everything you could want. So as the rotations begin, Team Liquid in the middle and everyone else making that transition, it's time for me to transition out of here and leave it to you two to take us home.
The Falcons sending Tig up there as well, man. So all our top teams kind of making their way towards the center of the zone. It looks like Fury is taking a little bit longer, but they are still inside the zone on the south side. But all of these teams off to the south are going to have to make decisions about how they want to enter into this zone.
The biggest ones for me are going to be Rock and most notably Wolves that we were talking about. A lot of the other squads have a little bit easier rotates, but these are squads that need to have really big games. Toyo already making a move towards the circle as Stadium is the home of Team Liquid. It's inside the circle, but they, again, rushed out early. They have a prime real estate position to play in the circle, and I do like that point that they're playing a lot. I love the fact that they went for an inside track position for it, and it looks like maybe Tiggleton was thinking about doing it because he stopped off very close and is keeping an eye on that position.
And we'll see how Liquid kind of splits around this. I doubt that they're going to keep all 4 of them in that compound, right? Like, you see Alo already kind of creeping over to those hills overlooking the river. But Tiggleton, the first one to arrive, and I think Kickstart is right behind him. But it looks like New Gen All-Stars finished looting up Neox Factory around the same time as the trailing duo of Falcons left Test Track. So they may run into each other in the hills. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
It looks like most of Liquid is actually kind of stopping beforehand. Kickstart's already waiting to see if he can kind of defend in, as BRDM is going to go into Furia's hands, and that is a big tool on a circle like this that could go 50-50 either side of the river. Gives you a couple of things to play around. There you go. This is the lower defensive line set up from the Falcons, as Tig is going to be pretty far away, and the rest of managed to stomp off. And New Gen All-Stars even kind of looked over into Team Liquid's compounds. Can't find anything there, so they have been rebuffed and now go down more to the south, where Toyo as well as Furia are getting closer and closer.
That sucks if you're New Gen All-Stars, doesn't it? I mean, you looted up Neox Factory. You thought you looted up quickly enough to make a move as a full team, but Team Liquid and Falcons just a little bit quicker on the trigger. And now you have to play your maybe second or third option of compounds inside the southern part of this zone. Furia, as you said, with that BRDM in hand, will kind of hover around on the south side, but Toyo, you could see just driving off in the hills as well.
Nothing feels really good in this southern area because it is the area that is west of Test Track. Nobody wants to make the commitment into Stadium and the hills that are going to be around it. So it's a lot of people just kind of stopping off in a couple of trenches, a couple of the different like smaller compounds, and that's kind of led to butting of heads. No real firefights, but just a, hey, I don't like you being around here, so I'm going to take a couple of shots, make you go a little bit more to the east or west to get around me. That's fine for now, but we've got a looming rotate coming in from the south where it's going to be Duel, Rock, Chapinski's, No Way, ton of squads all approaching over there, and suddenly that space that everybody's kind of jockeying for is going to get taken away, or a firefight's going to happen, or a crash is going to happen. That's just how this is going to lay out.
Yeah, and you haven't seen an E-pickup or anything either, so all these teams kind of making this way in vehicles just across land, but as you said, nobody really looking like they're opting to do that northern wrap. Nobody going to go north of the river. Everybody coming in from that south side. X10 for their part looks like they at least went off to the west, and they're approaching this from the west side of Stadium rather than the south, and Rent Free kind of over in that same direction as well. But everybody else going to be coming in from the south, and you got to feel like in a couple of minutes these teams are going to start running into each other.
So whenever we talk about water and the way that the circles move, we also do need to point out between around the Rayan area, there are a ton of these little bitty lakes that kind of throw everything off. I don't remember exactly which ones are considered playable and non-playable because a couple of them are kind of shallow and you can kind of walk through, and so they are considered playable. Then you add in the river. I think that's why we see Falcons, New Gen All-Stars, Team Liquid all going for that very early rotate, because they're assuming that the way that the water shenanigans kind of happen with the circles, that it is going to pull just in between Test Track and Stadium in that kind of southeastern area. But that could be all shaken up by whenever we see what happens with the next circle. You're trying to play the math, you're trying to play the numbers, but until we get a couple circles in, none of that really matters.
Yeah, PUBG has a tendency to throw all of your prediction and your analytic models out the window on some of these zones like this, but Haven getting actually really close to Iron Bolivia up there. Godlike needs to be careful. They're very split on this northern side, but they're putting themselves in kind of dangerous spots. And yeah, Haven's going to get knocked. Sparking going to go down as well.
All right. Well, now what you going to do over here, Rock? You've got a lot of territory under your control, but Toyo's going to be gatekeeping you out unless this stays in circle. So you kind of want to get that blue chip back. But even if you do, I guess you could kind of go over to Neox Factory and maybe get the res. You don't want to surrender too much territory in any defense. Dropping down into a duo at this point is just going to feel really bad.
Oh, for sure. And see Furia still prowling around in the BRDM. Rock just trying to get a foothold here. Sparking, I think, just got a little bit too aggressive, trying to go too far in. And unfortunate for him, but great for Toyo. And nice shot there for Capitan. Will force Kalanzine head go back down here. As all these teams from the south are starting to come in, Matt and Rock.
Yep,
they're taking their time with this. They might have more company coming in behind them soon.
And Wolf has kind of rebuffed one of the rotates that's left Rent Free, wrapping right on top of No Way. No Way probably doesn't want to deal with this, as we have seen time and time again. Rent Free loves this. They'll go for the drive-by on you. There is a little bit of Overwatch coming out from Wolf, but Jam trying to make another miracle happen. See if he can hit the shots, but it is going to be H-Win that gets the knock on the Gats. They got a little bit too close to the Wolves, and the Wolves are going to punish it.
And this was Rent Free that was all the way on that western side. They decided to wrap down here to the south where all the teams were going to be coming in from. So aggressive play from Rent Free is not going to pay off in the short term, at least. And now Bizzler is very much pinned down on this rock by some well-placed grenades from Vox. And now he has no vehicle either.
Needing some pest control over here, because if you do not kill all of Rent Free, they will come back with a vengeance on you. You best make sure you get all of them, otherwise the rats will come back rampant.
Make sure they're very dead. Double dead.
Yeah, you gotta shoot those boxes just to be safe.
Even when you kill them, you're not sure he'll shoot the boxes, destroy the blue chips, set it all on fire, because otherwise they will come back in the end and create problems for you.
Circles popped, and it's going to be Team Liquid centering up. Matt's going favorable for the time being. That means the squads to the north just have to regroup a bit more. Duel, though, is going to have to deal with X10 already set up. Duel, no real options. Just got to send it in, but a couple of good shots coming up from Wooly.
And yeah, that circle did favor the most part of the southern side, but it does leave a little bit north of the river still in as Kalnick shoots at the mountains. There we go. Now he's shooting a Duel, not the mountains. What am I looking at?
Just one of those observer things that happens when you bounce around a lot sometimes. Penta's going to try to retreat. I don't know where Duel could even go, because Stadium is kind of eating up a lot of the approach that you can go into the circle. That's forced No Way to go right after Team Liquid. Wolf's going to retreat from their defensive line. Now Toyo has to get in the circle while Rock is providing supervision. But you can see Team Liquid, no other options. Now it's just that stage where you're going to have to deal with people coming right at you. Do you stick here with your split? Nah, you want to try to get out, but it's getting scary.
That was beautifully placed vehicles there for Team Liquid. They were ready for the eventuality of a crash, and immediately will drop a grenade, drop Gladiator, and then get back everybody into one compound. No Way should be able to get their res and get everybody back on their feet. As Godlike still, they've sent LFP south of the river here, but they were not able to get Haven back.
This is the cleaner style of Team Liquid. We always knew that they knew macro movement. We know that they're mechanically gifted. But Team Liquid from a couple of months ago wouldn't have had the nade back behind them that hit and got the knock to give them that extra little bit of time. They would have gotten the duress thrown at them that would have burned more or maybe cost them a player. I love the way that they're playing this so clean and efficiently, as now we come back over to Falcons defending against Bestia.
Yeah, Falcons, they're 4 deep in the compound as well, and Team Liquid actually shooting them in the backs and actually going to give them some support as they get the knock on a Pippa. The grenade will come through. It's going to land right on Vinny's toes, but the jumping boy will manage to avoid most of the damage as Tiggleton. Oh, the grenades from Vinny are finding the mark, the knock and the flush, and another knock onto Gustav. Massive work from Vinny here for Bestia.
Is he just going to load up a clown car full of down players to try to get away? His board is now coming in after him. No, okay, we had a strategy. The strategy is now gone. Pippa, crawl your way over here. I'm going to res you, and then we're going to get out.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh, that looks good.
Oh, no. That does look good. Does he have the range? Is the distance right? Vinny is dancing around. He's looking. He's like, come on. Okay, we're good. Let's go.
And Falcon's not going to push too much into this. I mean, Mortar's just dropping onto your opponent. It'll be fine. Let him chill there for a second. But Kickstart's going to go ahead and kind of sneak around. He has to get away from the Team Liquid shots, but he wants to finish this out. And he does not want somebody down below him, because squads can just kind of hunker down in this dip and make your life hell.
Fighting in the shade here. As Godlike going to lose another one. Tony going to get taken down by a sniper shot from Tim Fee. And remember, Godlike very, very split up there in the north. We'll see if Fauna can get the res as Bestia will try to retreat. Falcons will take a few parting shots to let them know that they were not happy about their neighbors.
Vinny is just sitting back there like, hey guys, what's been going on? Seems like you've been having some fun while I've got ourselves a compound. Where does this circle go? Ooh. And it is actually going to go more west and pop back over to Stadium. Kind of shocking keeping the river in play, but we also have the lake down there, so rotate's going to suck in general. Is Bamboo a decent path, and our squads to the north are just going to have a little bit of a peninsula to play.
Man, No Way proud of themselves for taking that compound away from Team Liquid. It was the 2-2 split that they were holding for a while, but now they have the compound in dead center zone. You see that E pickup get popped by Rock, but nobody's going to stick around to take it as they are already on the move. Got a couple of players coming back. It's going to be Santahiro from X10, sparking for Rock, and a couple of the Rent Free boys. Again, remember, Rent Free boys, they come back with a buff after they get revived.
You got 100% dead them. There is no other way. They are back and with a vengeance. Rock defending up against Wolf right now. We talk about how Wolf needs to have a big game. Well, Rock starting to find one of their own, getting Wolf down on multiple sides around them. All 4 players still up, and Wolf has to just kind of send it more into the east and no other options. Well, actually, they're going to flank back around in this, but that's just going to put him next to Furia. No, Vox, not that way.
Oh, Vox, he's got one route to take, and it's unfortunately going to be right into the arms of BL Calmo, and that's going to be it for Copenhagen Wolves. They will go down early, and going to be very rough for them with 1 game remaining as they sit in 7th place overall right now. A number of teams still trying to fight their way in from this south side map, but it looks like Fury is going to go ahead and leave this fight, start making their way in. Remember, they still have that BRDM that they can play around.
The way we saw the rotate come up from Wolves was just due to how the circle sits. It's got stadium, it's got the hills, but then right along it is going to be the lake leading into Bamboo.
Oh, jam.
That's why you get these firefights that are just squads just trying to scrap for what they can get. This is over into the north, so with Jam going down, now Godlike gets most of this peninsula that they can kind of play around. They do have Bolivia back behind, but Bolivia's kind of hopped across the river with most of their players, and they have eyes onto Fate. Because of course they do. That's just,
of course they do.
That's a rivalry that I didn't know existed, but apparently is very fierce.
Well, now it is now, man. We are going to make it so as Falcons continue to try to take shots at anything passing by, but they are going to have to get a move on here pretty shortly. We'll see where they decide to go in the end, as Bestia will manage to just squeak by. Vinny, can he get one more shot in? Shrimsy, you got it. One more shot. Oh, click.
Hey, Vinny. I mean, you've kind of fought everybody in the entirety of the lobby at this point. They've all kind of tried to take some shots at you, and you're starting to find your way in. Here's a new set. Oh, I forgot. New Gen All-Stars hadn't shot at them yet. So, there you go. Now it's almost
and he dies to falling out of his vehicle, and then Slabby will be the one that gets the last bullet, and Bestia going out again early. So they're kind of in the same boat as Wolves, where they kind of needed to have a big game to put themselves back in the conversation, and unfortunately, it's not going to be this time, as Stadium is getting the love, Matt. Are we going to get one of those epic Stadium multi-level finishes? Love those.
How much of a moan do you think that Kurt just let out as the circle's gone back over to Stadium? They now have to chase into the circle yet again, but yeah, I'm hoping for it, man. It feels like Stadium is going to be about it. We're at least going to have, like, I'd say kind of the area around the outside. The stadium itself is right along the edge. Rock's going to go ahead and take over those hills. Fury is still holding around that lakeside. Rent Free is going to have to push in around where Fury is at. But New Gen All-Stars, they better be careful. They're very focused in for going for mortars, but they've got some sneaky Falcons back behind them waiting to pounce.
Well, they do indeed. And I'm not sure. I'm wondering if this is just pre-mortaring a spot in the field to play for New Gen All-Stars, as they will hop in vehicles and get on out, and looks like they'll avoid getting backstabbed by those Falcons. But Falcons, no vehicles, so they're having to do all of this on foot, as Godlike will take down Fate, or at least Mio from Fate, as unfortunately Fate getting a little bit too close. But now I Am Bolivia, they're still alive. They win this round.
Well, that's also going to put them on a trajectory going after Godlike. I'm kind of looking at Falcons, and I don't know how you get into the circle if you don't have a car. Team Liquid's already regrouping just to the north of them. Even if Team Liquid goes to the north, they can kind of get away from the gatekeeping that's going on. But Falcons are just taking a couple of pot shots, and I think stealing the vehicles that were left behind by New Gen All-Stars to try to get in. And here is our stadium eyes, as it is going to be Fade over here with X10.
Yeah, it looks like Falcons managed to steal at least one, so they're going to clown car it and send it down over towards Rent Free. But Fate, as you said, just somehow managed to get two inside the stadium. But X10 is hunting, and Bizzler and Rent Free. Oh no, not the Rent Free versus Falcons storyline again. Falcons just can't seem to avoid these guys. They will get that knock onto Bizzler, as oh no, the drop grenade from Gustav will take down Kickstart, and Falcons gets taken down by Gats in the end.
Oh, Falcons, you died to an Uzi on a hillside. There was nowhere for them to go. Let's be honest, them stealing the car, clown carting it in, is way better than just running across just barefoot and in a field. So, I mean, there's not much else Falcons can do on that one. You're not just going to write it off to the way that the circles kind of lay out. As Bolivia is starting to find some work onto Godlike in the north, and that might be pretty big for squads like Toyo and Rock, still with 4 players up in their squad.
Yeah, Fana just going to try to send it Can he keep that vehicle alive? Nope. That is gonna flood the engine. Nope, nope, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. That's definitely how electric vehicles work when they are in water. As Fana will stay alive for a little bit longer, but it looks like he's been spotted out by Chapinski's just a little bit further down the road.
Yeah, and Zera's swimming across the water back behind him. I mean, Fana, if you can survive, amazing. As now Kurt is roaming around and starting to get vision on what's going on with Chapinski's. Furia is trying to keep control of what's going on with Rent Free. Now there's not too much more that can go with. It is going to be No Way that actually ends up taking out a lot of what's going on with New Gen All-Stars.
Nice to place grenades too, and somehow Fana been able to stay alive on the coastline. Or godlike. I think he was going to stick around to see if he can maybe finish off I Am Bolivia, but they end up going down to zone in the end. Chapinski's a lot of control over this northern side, and Team Liquid, they have high ground. They've got 4 alive. They've got great position in the center of the zone. Furia just waiting to see if these Rent Free guys will come peeking, but Rent Free not biting.
Big rotate coming out from Rock as they're just trying to run right along the side. Chapinski's has spotted them. They are going to get into the circle right on the outskirts of Stadium. There's a couple of these like little places that you can play around it. Team Liquid's going to punish anybody going for a peek right now as they want to keep control over the north. They've got these hills and they want to make sure that they're ringing out. Gunshots echoing everywhere to keep them under control.
Oof, Rock gonna lose Santastico as finally Rent Free will reveal themselves. Shots come through, get Gats low, but not enough to get the knock as Honey Badger will still hug the wall. He was trying to maybe use Gats as bait, but nothing really revealing itself for Badger as he's just gonna keep hiding, and I think DraftKings knows it.
Yeah, nobody can really move because Gats is closer to the circle, kind of to the northeast of this. So if Furia tries to step out to go after Honey Badger, it is punishable by Gats. But Gats has actually hopped in a vehicle. Looks like he's going for the circle. This is going to leave Honey Badger pretty vulnerable. Welcome back over into Stadium where we've got Rock and X10 right on top of each other. They doing a little bit of supervision as well as Toyo on the outside of it. So it's all about the inside firefight as it is 2 up for X10 right now. Eyes down onto the low ground Rock.
Oh, that's not where you wanted that to go, is it? Santahiro, at least you got a second one to follow it up, and we'll at least smoke things off. Gonna maybe consider going for a res here, as Kawanzine just holding the line. You see Sparking on that low side, and Kawanzine would love to be able to go out there and secure that kill, but you just don't want to take the risk when you don't know where that third player is.
Oh, that is a super close range Panzerfaust to go for, so like it's just going to opt over into nades, but a very quiet defense setting up Rock right now. Oh, he spotted it. There you go. That's just we don't even deal with the problems that you're trying to create here. So the circle has popped, and it's going to be yet again right alongside. Why did I say circle pop? We still got another 15 seconds on that one.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair play for X10. Trying to hold the line here. Rock doing everything they can to fight through that stadium, but it looks like they're down to just 2. Team Liquid, they've taken a few knocks, but they've held the line here against Chapinski's, who's down to just Luzera, and now the circle will pull completely away from the zone, or from the stadium, rather, as Furia controls the south, Team Liquid controlling the north.
There is just nowhere for X10 to go. It's a little bit of Kalnix up to the north, trying to see if he can get something, but Fate was just sitting there waiting. Rock's on the other side of it. Here's Team Liquid watching what's going on with Kalnix. He tries to jump down. Can he make landfall? Yeah, he can. Well, kind of.
Oh, goodbye, Franks. And goodbye, X10. So Rock wins the battle, but will they win the war? Fate in a perfect position to keep that locked down here as Chapinski's does get eliminated in the end. The solo heroics here from Fana keep Godlike getting more points. They're now into placement, but he has to leave that coastline, start finding his way in. Team Liquid, they're alive. They're 4 strong, but they've been taking a lot of damage up on that high ground as they've seen another knock here.
It's just trying to keep control. If they can keep funneling everybody into other areas, then it's going to work out for them. Rent Free now trying to creep up back behind what's going on with Furia. Toyo's got a foothold in the circle with Fake Zen. Fate still just trying to take out the remnants of whatever's going to go on in Stadium before they have to make their move, but that does mean that Fate has kind of surrendered most of the territory to Team Liquid, to Toyo. Toyo still wants to try to hold themselves together. They're sitting at 104, just 1 point back behind Rock with only a solo player up, and Godlike's holding up at 109 with also a solo up.
Credit to Fate, man. They've been doing a lot of work here as a duo, trying to keep eyes on everything coming out of Stadium. They are in pretty rough straits right now, though, as Toyo and Liquid both have eyes on him, and they're going to have to move eventually. Rubinho, you see what he's got to work with. Just creepy crawling and waiting to see if he can maybe catch one of these guys when they're not looking. Get another point here for Rock, who are up to 6 again. Another decent performance from them, keeping them in the conversation. They would love to be able to secure a win to go on top of that.
Oh, he's going for the play onto Fate, but he's been spotted. It's going to be Team Liquid that does a lot of shots, lots of damage onto him. He sees the potential. Oh, it just keeps getting taken away. Toyo keeps stealing all the points that he wants to get right away from him, right in his face. Now he's got the blue zone back behind him. Team Fate does go down, but it is going to be RBN walking into a near-on open set of space in front of him. Furia going, taking shots onto Toyo. Might provide an opportunity for him, though.
Yeah, Furia now full of attention sent over towards Toyo. We'll get the flush onto Emmy as well, but the grenade will force them back here just temporarily at BRDM. Looming large, as Cowboy will be the one that takes down RBN. But that's another point for Liquid. But another decent performance from Rock. Now we'll see if Toyo can fight their way out from under the shade of Furia.
This is Furia with a lot of control in the circle. No Way's playing pretty much everything into the east, and the circle actually does end up going that direction. Furia is going to be right on the edge of it with the BRDM. Toyo, odd team out, as it feels like Team Liquid already has a pretty decent path, but they're going to have to deal with a couple of shots and control angles coming up from No Way before they can get in there. And No Way instantly retreats, realizing the fact that Team Liquid is coming in with force from that angle. They want to try to stop it before it can even get going.
I like this from No Way, actually. I mean, you see how many people are left in the lobby. You got an idea what Team Liquid's working with. They may have caught a glance of Furia in that BRDM, so they know that that's going to be something that they're going to have to deal with eventually. They're just going to leave Furia to deal with what's left of Toyo. Looks like Liquid going to look over there as well. So Toyo in a world of hurt. And don't forget, you got that solo player for rent-free, Gats, still alive, just hiding down there on the south side.
Somehow, rent-free is here, always involved in whatever chaos could happen.
They're inevitable.
Couple of shots going over there. No Way doesn't know exactly. They feel like they know where Gats is, but they don't know. Oh, now they do. Now they do. Of course, it's going to be Slabby that gets it.
There you go. Big game here for No Way. 8 kills as they have the compound inside the zone, and they can avoid all the nonsense that's going on the western side. And hopefully they can position themselves to take advantage of these guys whenever they fight each other. The weakened state would be huge. Furia, they're going to lose BL there. Nice shots from Kurt as they are trying to take the fight here to Toyo. They've got Toyo pinned down.
Furia just was trying to see if they can hold back on Toyo, but with the defensive line that No Way set up, that means that Team Liquid went for the even higher ground, and it is Team Liquid just demolishing Toyo before they can even touch the circle. Blue Zone's just chunking away at him right now. Furia, though, still needs to get in the circle, and Team Liquid is already waiting. Multiple players already eyes on the point. Draft King trying to take a couple of shots up as Toyo does get eliminated. Now it is going to be Furia right on the edge of the zone. They have to hit shots onto Team Liquid to stop them.
And Team Liquid have that high ground, and they've got Panzers. Furia does need to be careful about how they approach this in the end. You can see Draft King just waiting for somebody to peek around the side of that rock, but you wonder how much utility Team Liquid has left, as Furia will hop in the BRDM and hop out almost immediately as it's going to go down. And there you go. The sprays come through. Purdy Curdy, though, will get traded by Zakraken. Some nice shots from Furia will slow things down.
This is the opportunity that No Way wants. They've got to step out and try to take it. They've got vision on what's going on with Team Liquid, seeing if they can get damage. Blue Zone going to be coming up back behind Team Liquid as well. The way that the circle has now popped, it's going to be a setup for No Way. The high ground's going to be entirely gone. So Furia is starting to creep up, using the distraction that No Way is set. Team Liquid felt like they have everything in control, but they're starting to be pulled apart. Cowboy gets knocked on a Posa, but Zakraken counters it.
A hard pinch, and as you said, perfect timing from No Way will create a huge distraction. Furia does go down in the end. Team Liquid up to 9 kills, but they're not going to be able to reset before No Way has arrived. Lopez with grenade in hand. They're going to start spamming that utility and see what they can find.
It's him and Slabby at the top, and they are fishing with dynamite onto whatever they can find. Kurt's going to go down. Slabby's going to spot him. Luke tries to hold, does get the knock onto one, but it is going to be hard. This high side is at least going to have to be dealing with some safety on the other side from Gladiator. He still has to try to get into the circle, and instead, No Way resets. They drop a nade on him, and that's going to be No Way taking an 11-kill victory, Toffees.
You know, he had 33 rounds left in that Groza. I think that grenade that he caught was a blessing in his own eyes. He said, I got the flush. I'm out of rounds. Let me go out like a man. And he goes down. No Way comes out with a big win there. Black shirt crew. That speaks to the fact that these guys are just here to play, that they are looking to get found, that they're looking to make waves and to walk away with a win here on the final day of the finals. It's pretty good for them.
Can't be mad about it. They got the great compound. I mean, we didn't really talk a lot about it because they weren't really involved in a lot on that northeastern side. Like, it seemed like all the action was coming in from the south and from the west, but they hold the compound down. They strike at the perfect time just to make sure that they secure that victory. Like, a lesser team would have stayed inside that compound and just let Liquid reset after the fight with Furia, but No Way being the aggressor, going out there, trying to get the points and making sure that they grasp that win with both hands. So great work by them.
All right, I got some people in Twitch chat saying proud PUBG mom today with Liquid logos. I'm trying to figure out whose mom is called What a Ripper, but I can't wait to find out. And while on that topic, any moms watching, the three of you, happy Mother's Day. And guys, if you haven't said it or you haven't called, this is your alert. You have about 3 hours left. You know what? Pause the show and call your mothers and say Happy Mother's Day. It's going to save you a lot of trouble later on. All right, match results. No Way with 21 points, 11 kills. Gotta love it. But the reality for me is Team Liquid, Furia, Rock, Toyo, and Godlike. They're always right there, Matt.
Oh, and there's just denial of opportunity time and time again. Falcons going out a little bit early, but they've got plenty of breathing room as it is going to be 165 on the overall leaderboard with Liquid on top. Then it drops down to 132 with Falcons. Just 10 points back behind them is going to be Furia. Then we get another drop off into Godlike at 109, Toyo at 108, Rock at 107 going into our last game. What?
Right, it's like Falcons and Liquid is like one of those movies where like you see the guy like trying to climb up over the ledge, and Liquid was like stomping on Falcon's hand, they grab with the other one, then stomp on that hand, they grab with the other one. In that game, they put their foot and they pushed them right off of this bad boy, and they are in such a good spot, Liquid, for the end of the day. We've got one match left to play, and we are gonna take a short break. But while we do, we've got a brand new episode of 3 Noobs and 1 Pro, and I have heard rumors that this just might be the best one yet.
Maybe they'll win.
They call us bad players. They call us noobs. And they are covered in reason. But now, we are tired. Tired of losing all the battles we fight. Then our final card will be hire one professional player to battle on our side.
Hey guys, I'm Hwin from Team Copenhagen Wolves. Today I'm going to be carrying 3 new players to the victory. Chicken dinner.
One of the best players in the world, along with the 3 worst players in the world. This only happens here in 3 Noobs, 1 Pro. Our first battle was in the lobby, dealing with the language barrier.
Oh, how many times Hwin in Hall of Fame appearance, bro, here?
What?
Pergunta quantas vezes ele apareceu desse Hall da Fama aqui.
Oh, in this Hall of Fame? You know, they got tired of seeing my name up there, so they took me down. But I should be up there like 3 times, at least, you know?
Once in a plane, Hwin made the call.
Connect to me, and we're going to be going to my home city, Pochinki. There should be a lot of people.
At the famous hot drop, we had to go aggressive.
Oh yeah, we got visitors. They're not welcome though. Aggression's our best friend.
Right at the start, we were impressing our pro player.
Oh, that's a great BZ.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Nice.
Good job. Go flush him. Make sure you talk a little trash to him and I'll talk if you can before you flush him.
Hey, hello, my friend. Go out.
Perfect. Now let my friend flush.
H-Win was feeling right at home in that hostile environment. Just
Very nice.
Regroup. Call on someone.
Oh. But then, out of nowhere, Nando died.
Man down. I repeat.
I was focused and terrified at the same time. Then I saw an alligator and... Oh my god.
What the fuck, Obama?
You scared me, man. You scared me. While I was reviving my teammate,
Oh, shit.
Man down, man down.
H-Win had been knocked. And now Link was going to save him. A direct hit.
I'm gonna drop down.
Now, all that was left was to save him, so we could be safe.
Oh, shit! What the fuck, bro? I was supposed to be the smoke.
Man down.
Shit. I have your ship.
Enemies were closing in. And now, just 2 noobs had to fight.
Nice.
Link went to the battle. There was only one left.
Driving Harley. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Bingo.
Yes. Let's go.
Let's go, bro. I'll save you right now. I killed you, but I will save you. That's fine. With all the chips collected, we brought our friends back to continue the fight. Our squad was finally complete.
We're the victors of Pachinko.
The worst was behind us. And now, with H-Win on our side, nothing was going to stop us.
We're gonna try to run these guys over. They're right in front of us, okay? Right here, we got multiple tangos. Don't worry, we're winning the battle. We're winning the battle. All right, I want everyone to smoke the road, throw all your smokes, and we're gonna run at these guys. Oh, we go, let's go!
Let's go!
Oh, he's in here, take him out.
Two guys.
Take him out.
One more.
Man down, man down.
I'm down.
Nice, boys. It's beautiful, huh?
Right.
Come on, man. We're dead.
Nice.
We're hitting a silent cut. They won't be ready for us. Well, they're right in front of us. They don't know. They're sneaky.
One car slide and a flash. Then my teammates were knocked. I just couldn't believe my eyes.
Take him out. Take him out, Obama. Obama.
Obama!
Obama!
Wait, my game froze.
Okay, that was a lie. The truth is, I was putting my strategy into practice. I was going to stay completely still in that car, so the enemy would think everyone was already dead. It couldn't go wrong. I just had to wait a bit. He was moving, but I was untouched. There he is. Damn it, he knew I was there.
Grenade!
I landed my shots. But in the end, my plan failed. Once again. Sorry, H-Win. I should have told you about my plan. Another pro taken down, and it was all our fault.
So these guys are obviously pretty new, but you know, it's all about mentality and energy, and they've got that. And you know, we were a pack. We fought together, we died together, so that's all that matters.
Man, I just wish there was a constant series of that. The pros plus 3 noobs is incredible. Congratulations on honestly one of the first content, and we'll call this. I'm gonna pull the curtain back. We call them content pieces, and this is one of the best I've seen in a very long time. Congratulations to our entire production team. The noobs, I'm gonna tell you this, we're from the production crew. They worked their butts off on this, and they had a blast doing it. Now, pivot to the next part. H-Win is an amazing IGL. Did you see how he led that team and how clear and concise? I mean, he was awesome, Matro.
I mean, yeah, but nothing really comes close to the moment whenever we did see him hit all of his shots. And we got the camera perspective of that was the standout moment for me, just seeing true strategy come into effect because, you know, my game froze.
Thanks, Obama.
Dude, I can't get over how... Come on, Obama. Thanks, Obama. It's like it was perfect, man. Everything about that. And the fact that it was H-Win, too, was like, peak, bro. All right. And you know what? Enough of that. That was awesome, but this is about to be as well. It's time for the best teams in the Americas to throw down one more awesome time as we head back to the grassy pastures to wrap up the PAS Finals here on day 3. Liquid's running away with it. Falcons would love to catch them, but right now it seems like it's mostly a battle for that 3rd place, Matt.
Oh, man, and it is gotten so close. Just 1 or 2 points can decide so much, and we've been seeing a lot of early game aggression. Do we see any more hot drops? Do we see anything else crazy going on? As it looks like finally Bolivia has gotten space away from Team Fade, as it is going to be X10 on top of Stalber. No way and no lean, as that is oddly poetic.
Melee zone. Melee zone. Melee zone. We need one, Poro. We need one. Mostly, I want to also talk about H-Win flexing his dismount of the bridge with the Dacia. That whole thing was hilarious. Okay.
That was pretty clean.
It was, right? Everything about that was clean. His encouragement, the way the guys played. And he even tried one of your favorite strategies, sitting in the car and not moving. Though I think it's because you're AFK most of the time.
No, I deeply resonate with the I have a strategy, but I'm just not going to tell anybody else because I don't want them to know this cool strat that I just came up with that I'm definitely going to hit the first time I try it. And unfortunate that it didn't work out for him, but we do get a fortunate circle, Matt.
Yeah. Oh, boo.
Oh, toffees? Sorry.
Boo. Nah, you're good.
Wait.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Liquid.
Yeah, I know. This is Liquid trying to defend one of their drops that they make a little bit whenever they can't get all the way over to Georgia Pole. So Chapinski's also wanted a piece of this, and I don't think that Liquid was expecting this, but full regroup now coming out from Team Liquid could make this spicy for Chapinski's, who've been trying to find some successes today. Just 4 points back behind Bestia. I never thought I'd say that sentence.
I know, right? Well, let's see what Purdy Curdy can pull out now that he doesn't have a BRDM or a P90. Yeah, but he has been on fire so far. It looks like Chapinski's. Yeah, I mean, they're a North George looting team, right? They didn't want to take this fight in the first place. They're just going to keep on going on. A few shots will be sent in the back, but I think everybody is fairly happy with how this situation has turned out so far. Although Chapinski's actually going to take South George, so maybe Liquid.
Plan failed successfully? That's the only way I can really say that one is sure. I mean, the way that the circle's set, now Team Liquid, North George? Do looting? Where do you go?
Yeah, just go north. Easy.
Team Liquid does like the north. They're always rapping.
Kings of the North. Actually, are they going to go there? Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Yeah. I think as soon as they made that left turn, I think that was the play, right?
Like, okay, we're just going to do a little bit of a roll swap. No big deal. We'll also get your cars, too.
I do like that Cowboy also does what I do, just constantly weapon swapping while driving.
Gotta keep yourself
it relieves nerves. It relieves the tension.
Gustav on a solo mission right now. Foothold center of the circle. It's going to be Furia just down below him holding some compounds. Toyo also making a rotate just on the north of Furia at the time, but other 3 members for Falcons still heavily looting as well. I say that Trimsy's hopped inside of a vehicle. Looks like Tig's going to be doing the same thing. So just a little bit late as now they've got this one set up, but does it look like Fury is going to be going after Gustav. Godlike's going to be playing the south side of Death Road, so I think that that's pretty settled, and Gustav should be able to get that one for free.
Yeah. Should be safe as we see Falcons in that notorious city of Pachinki. That played such a large role in our last 3 Noobs 1 Pro video. Now
we didn't get your
free.
Give us your love on that video.
Oh, it's awesome. Dude, I love that stuff. Like I've been begging to the point of tears for more shoulder content that shows off these players and like how funny they are and how cool they are in real life, and you know, just getting more of a perspective of them outside of game, and so that I love that we're getting more of that kind of stuff as well. So fantastic.
Definitely falls into that same vibe as Poro's used car lot, to say the least. So
also it's funny. Like just give me funny stuff. Not everything has to be so serious, man.
Why so serious all the time in PUBG? It's a serious game with mature ratings and nades that land on top of Iga but don't get the knock, so Bizzler's going to be sad.
Oh, 57 damage, though. Not too bad.
Number 1 on the leaderboard damage right now.
Oh, Gustav. They are arriving, but Godlike is arriving at the same time. Gustav has that Panzerfaust in hand. God help Godlike if they get too close here, but it looks like Godlike will see the rest of the crew arriving, and that'll be enough to push them off. So safe for now.
Rent-freeing at their hardest is, I mean, if it's the last game, you just go back to full rent-free, and it's going to be New Gen All-Stars that have to deal with it. Gats jumps out, slamming his car into the tree just that way he can get his gun fast as possible. Gats going to connect with curving bullets. We're in physics mode right now.
Okay. Well, goodbye, Finna. As something interesting. Bestia was down in military base and popped an E-pickup, but didn't take it. I don't know why, and I'm trying to figure that out. But New Gen All-Stars, well, rent-free. They're back to their rent-free ways. They are hunting down New Gen All-Stars as they continue to drive through these open fields. As we get a chance to see the ghost riding of the UAZ, Iga will retreat back to Shinboy, but go rent-free, maybe overstepping their bounds a little bit here, and now they put themselves right into Furia's line of sight, and that's going to be Bizzler going down.
We found the kryptonite strategy. If you're the solo and you have rent-free chasing you, just drive directly at another team and pray that they protect you. They're not done yet. Rent-free really just, the nade started it, and man, they really want Iga, and they don't care how much they have to sacrifice to get him.
Oh, he's about to drive right into that grenade. He almost did. I think he might have, and Iga actually going to hop out, and yeah, he's just going to say, you know what? Let's just get this over with now.
Close the horns.
Yeah, let him know. Let him know. Well, Balefrost is still alive. New Gen still has 2 players in this, as Shinboy and Bale will survive a little bit longer into this one. We'll see if Rent-Free gets to survive a little bit longer in this one, as Shinboy is still hunting from range.
No love lost between New Gen All-Stars and Rent-Free, 2 teams that can sometimes play a little bit loose with how the meta goes. New Gen All-Stars, though, is going to have a pretty hellacious start to this, let's be honest, as it's going to be X10 that they had their eyes to try to catch up to, and 2 down already. Do they go for the counterflank, the move that Rent-Free never expects, which is the counter stab to run right back at them, or do they play safe?
What are we looking at here? Are we looking at Furia?
Maybe?
544. It's got to be farther than that. Maybe they're...
There's a 2-2 split for Furia that's going to have some of them in the hillside. Where that's going?
Oh! All right. Taking shots at Alamo, I guess. A long mortar.
Can't break down the walls on Alamo. They're indestructible. We're Texans and we know this. Except the fact that the whole reason why Alamo we lost. That's why we always say remember the Alamo, but it doesn't matter.
Remember. I'm not going to get into Alamo lore. Well, Yasnaya looks like it's got a couple of teams in there. Fate and X10. Looks like Fate going to manage to avoid I Am Bolivia for the first time in like ever. I Am Bolivia is still all the way down in Primorsk. They've been taking their sweet time looting up. And it looks like Team Liquid finally going to finish looting up in North George as well. And they are going to come in from the north side as we watch the apartments of Yasnaya. Has anybody spotted anybody yet? Okay, a few shots there. So somebody must have seen somebody.
Yeah, it looks like...
Santi? Why are you on a mortar?
Do we have another emergency pickup called from Bestia all the way down to the south?
Oh, then maybe that's why they sent the first one. They found a second one. Okay.
Sure.
Why not?
Science. Stall out the first one and then go for the second one is X10 playing the lower section of Yasnaya, and a lot of our circles have been kind of pulling this direction, so I'm not going to fault anybody for getting a bit scrappy around Yasnaya and hope the fact that the circles give you some love, as most of our squads are going to be inside the circle already. Recalls come out, and it's going to be New Gen All-Stars getting some friends back.
I like this from X10. I mean, you see Dad Buff is actually on the yellows taking shots into this as the two fallen players from New Gen All-Stars parachuting above. They might run into No Way if they're not careful, so they got to be a little bit on the mark with this one, as Franks will run away from the Molotov just in time, and actually he's going to spot out Tater with the shotty in hand, so nice pickup there from Franks as Tim Fee is down to 22 HP. He's got to retreat.
And he doesn't have too many different ways that he can get out of this, and that's going to kind of suck. That's just going to embolden, I would say, X10 to keep on going. Shotguns in these close-range hallways can come up big, but there's a lot of stairs, and the way that the footsteps kind of echo around, X10 doesn't want to walk themselves right into a directed firefight, so Tim Fee's just going to use the timing on it, sneak back down to the low ground, lure him to the top, so that way you can get back down low and see if you can get yourself something out of it. But nah, Santi's going to spot out Mew. Makes it more dangerous as now Furia in trouble. It's going to be Falcons coming in, but it's going to be DraftKings and gets the knock on to Shrimsy.
Tries to make the push, and Falcons, Shrimsy had the Panzerfaust in hand, and Gustav's going to go down now as well. Tickleton and Kickstart going to rush in and try to catch Furia before they're able to reposition, but he's just a hair too late. DraftKings running around, and now the rest of Furia has arrived, but they're going to run right into Tickleton, who's going to get the double knock, and he's got one more left. Almost gets three. He does get three. The last bullet does hit as he's juking and jiving around inside the compound. It is a 1v1 with BL, the last player left alive, but Godlike saw this happening, and now they're crashing in, but BL is ready.
Defending up what's going on over here, BL realizes he has to make sure that he holds the line away, throws down some smokes. Tickleton on the other side. Enemies now become friends, and Godlike caught in the middle. They wanted to try to get over here and get as many points as they could get, but it is going to be two solos holding out the livelihoods for their squads right now. They do not want to go down early. Furia and Falcons both have opportunities against each other, so these two squads, the reason the commitment came in was they wanted to eliminate each other, but they cannot give points to Godlike.
Oh my God, Tiggleton just holding the line there. And boy, when you talk about two solos that you definitely don't want to push into, it's Tiggleton and BL. These two guys are mechanically insane, but Tony and Fana are no slouches themselves. They've got two, but they have no idea where BL is. They did spot out Tiggleton, but there's you can also see Rock off in the distance there. They're kind of hovering around. I don't know if they've gotten wind of what's going on here, but it doesn't look like they're planning on crashing.
They were thinking about it. You can see it, and they put two and two together on the kill feed, and they were like, man, there's a lot of people over there we really want dead. But no, we'll play position in the circle. Toyo doing the same thing, wide split, but Toyo could have some problems up to the north with Fake Zen, as now Alo is getting closer and closer, and Team Liquid is kind of the, I guess, the roaming raid boss that can kind of do whatever they want, and that could be a problem for Toyo, so they have to reset. Well, everything is just chilling in this compound that's going to decide the destiny for a couple of teams, potentially.
You see in the kill feed there, Rent Free's Jam just driving around in the fields is going to run into Snakers, and we'll finish him off. So Copenhagen Wolves down to 3, playing from heaven. They've got New Gen All-Stars on their east, trying to make their way in as well. Rent Free just being a thorn in everybody's side this game so far, which is usually when they're playing at their best. BL playing out of the attic, just waiting for an inevitable push here from Godlike, but Godlike don't seem too keen on just walking into these houses blind.
Well, they were really hoping that Furia and Falcons would go down and they could come into this clean, have 4 players up. Now suddenly they're down to 2, and Toyo's back behind them just 2 points. Rock back behind them just 3 points. So they've got to win this cleanly. They've got to get set up, and they've got to make sure that they keep distance away from two squads that are already comfortably inside the circle. And the two solos just will not give them an opportunity to make anything happen. And now Godlike, their dreams were hinging upon this, are finding themselves potentially dashed, and they don't want to step in. It's all about nerves from this point forward. Do you have the mental wherewithal to be able to handle a situation like this that you have now put yourself in?
And I don't fault Godlike for making that crash at all. I mean, you see the kill feed lighting up. You see where these two teams are at on the leaderboard. If Godlike came out of this clean, it would have been absolutely huge, but the massive plays here from Biel and Tig will throw a wrench in Godlike's plans, and now the new circle has popped. They're still inside zone, but just on the south side, and Rock is still over there. They're still kind of sniffing around.
Keep an eye on RBN. Look, he's chilling right on top of that res beacon, so that way if anybody actually does manage to get out of this compound, they cannot get their teammates back. Rock realizes the fact that this is a really big opportunity if all of these guys falter, and especially if somebody tries to come from a res. So they are setting, waiting to see if they can catch whatever happens on the outside of it. And for the solos, that's its own independent problem. Tig now trying to get his loot a bit better off as most of the focus is on to BL. Luckily, though, this compound is inside the circle, so there's no real big movements that have to happen just quite yet.
You wonder what's going through the minds of Toyo and Rock as they saw that running across their kill feed, knowing that the two teams ahead of them that they are chasing are now very, very much damaged and weakened.
I think that Jam's going for the res beacon and RBN's on it right now, so RBN might catch somebody that he didn't even expect. Or maybe Jam might have spotted this out and realized that this might be a little bit too hot. I think he might just be serpentining through to see if anybody shoots at him. Nobody's coming up from Rock. Does he think that he can kind of steal this one away? Is now Godlike. They're getting closer. I think that they're just checking windows. Spotted them out. Yep, now the peak battles start happening. How involved does Tig want to get in this?
All right, Biel will hold the line right now, but the push is going to come through for Fanny. He had the shotgun, but it's not going to matter. Biel with the win will take down one, but he won't take down the second. And now Tony at half HP. Falcons is going to see that in the kill feed, and he's actually going to steal it away. What a performance there from Falcons as Tiggleton gets a 5th point and secures 2nd place for the team.
Toyo, Rock, opportunity, Godlike now down. How much more can you get? Furia down as well. So if you pop off in a big enough way, opportunities now lie in front of you. Both pretty close to the center of the circle, so could be big games from them. Team Liquid to the north, bumping into X10 as we talked about. No way is just going to be the south of them. X10 having to regroup coming out of Yasnaya, but Wolf is roaming around that corridor. Might also try to pounce.
All right, Wolves, they did manage to get Snakers back, so they're back up to full strength as X10 going to call everybody else in from Yasnaya. Team Liquid throwing the smokes down to slow things down for the time being, but No Way has angles on this as well, and they are causing a problem here for X10.
Retreat coming up from Team Liquid, no surprise on that. They don't necessarily need the compound as RBN is going to catch out Tiggleton, as I believe he did try to go for the res.
Yep.
Good call on Rock, read it perfectly, and now they get all the loot and compound as well. Good job on Rock. They've got a good position inside the circle that's just littered with loot.
A very easy play for them to make sure that the teams that they're chasing do not come out on top. Here's Bestia now fighting in the fields, just trading utility over the line here. Gats will get the knock on a Vinny, but the re-knock onto Gats from Benya as Bestia down to 3. More utility gets sent over, and that's going to be Badger going down as well. I think there's only one player left alive here for Rent Free, and that's going to be Jam.
Rotate from Wolf coming up right back behind what was going on with Rent Free. It caused them to kind of look the other direction. They got nervous as all the nades were coming down on top of them. Wolf now stopped to see if they can pick up something, while Bestia just goes on retreat. This is not even near the circle. Team Liquid's actually going to go down, as it's going to be No Way holds up a stalwart defense. X10 now going to be coming in similar pathing. See if No Way can continue it.
All right, the top 4 teams in the lobby are out, and that is big news for Toyo and Rock. If they can find some points here, the circle is giving them some favor. Wolves are going to start wrapping around down to the south over towards Rock's territory. X10, meanwhile, after cleaning up Liquid, are going to try to see if they can find some way in past No Way, but as you said, No Way holding a hell of a line of defense on the north.
Big firefight going on right now, as it is No Way and Bestia now tied on the leaderboard. Chapinski's just 6 points back behind him. Bestia needs to get the points, and they're making the push to go after Jam. Jumps out, realizes that he's in some trouble. Blue zone on top of him. That is going to be Bestia picking up another one, but Wolf still kind of called out over here, and it is going to be Rock as well as Toyo trying to defend up with a little bit of New Gen All-Stars all in the mix. This whole path is just absolutely screwed if you try to make a push into it.
Just everybody on the eastern side getting third-partied, fourth-partied here. Vox and H-Win trying to get something done here for Copenhagen Wolves, but Vox will get downed by the blue in the end. Flood will be right behind him, and that will do it for Copenhagen Wolves.
Squad in the middle of a lot of stuff going on, though, so they've got some breathing room away from Bestia. Rock and Toyo now get a little bit more freedom, still just 1 point separating them out. No Way still tied with Bestia, or actually, no, sorry, just 1 point back behind Bestia now, as it looks like that point could just be arriving to tie it all up. Yep, that's going to be Slabby picking that one up pretty clean. The rest of X10 dropping on top of No Way on defense. X10 gets eliminated, a couple more points in the bag.
Another good performance here from No Way. Not a bad show there from X10 at the end with 6 kills. But they do go down in the end, and they finish in 14th place. Wait and see what else can Toyo do. They've gotten 2 kills so far, and their eyes are squarely set on Bestia right now, as New Gen All-Stars will also have to leave their compound here shortly. But Rock is starting to make their way up from the south over here on this eastern side. They could get involved as well.
Implications from the last time we did the finals and the way PGC points sit. We did have Rock that ended up in 5th and Toyo down in 8th. They're neck and neck with each other right now, but any break points that they can get by jumping over Godlike could be massive, could start to lead to a couple of point differentials of their own. Bestie is still tailing in back behind No Way right now, as Chapinski's got to find a way into the circle, but they're going to have to rotate right on top of No Way while No Way is making their rotate, and it's going to be Toyo as well as Duel trying to gatekeep them out.
Oh, Chapinski's actually Gabudo just going to send it right in. He'll find one, but DNL, the last one left alive, he's going to find Luzera as well. He's seat swapping. He's going to find 3. He's dancing. He can't be stopped. 1 left alive, and it's going to be 2 Duru, and he goes down. DNL goes nuclear.
That is massive for No Way. 7 kills. These guys are climbing. Jumps over Bestia in position now. There is a world where maybe they could even catch up to Wolves, but they still have to get in the circle and deal with Toyo. Bestia in some trouble on the outside of this. New Gen All-Stars dealing with the other side of Toyo, as Toyo is in a 2-2 split, and they have multiple teams converging on them.
And look at Toyo, they're tied in overall points with Godlike right now. Godlike getting the tiebreaker. But 1 more point, 1 more kill, 1 more placement here for Toyo will be enough to let them jump Godlike, and Rock is right behind them as well, but they are being very, very cautious. They are staying down in that south side. They're keeping 4 alive. They're waiting to the late game.
Bolivia's got some of the southwest under control. I say that because Duel is just kind of taking shots at anything that moves over there. That's going to be a much more open section of the circle. Rock's got themselves a 2-1-1 with the compounds that we saw earlier and a couple of mortars set up. Maybe eyes, looks like they're going Toyo's direction all the way across the map, so we might hear a couple of whistles as mortars coming in. There they are. We're going to make it a little bit more hazardous for Bestia and New Gen All-Stars both, but if there's nowhere else to go, then No Way is just going to go ahead and send it right on top of Duel.
They'll play on the outside of the wall, and they're going to get away with it for at least the time being, but there you go. Pendolo will peek out, and that is going to do it for No Way. Great performance from them. Great performance from DNL, but they do go down in the end, and now Toyo finds another kill. They will hop over Godlike, and Rock is going to be tied with Godlike now as well.
No Way ends up just a little bit behind Bestia as they fall down. Toyo sees the opportunity for more points ahead of them. New Gen All-Stars, Capitan already got the knock on to Balefrost, and it is just push time. You got to get what you can get over here, and Toyo keeps on going. Other side of it, Rock realizes it's Toyo fragging out. They send 2 up to see if they can do anything about it.
Oh, this is dangerous if you're Rock, and now, especially now that the circle is pulled away, you don't want to take the risk of losing Sparking RBN when you've got 4 alive in the late game, but Toyo has been farming up there on the north from Volcano. They'll leave Sparking behind, and Toyo has eyes on supplanting Furia, taking that 3rd place spot. What will the impact of that movement have on the overall PGC points standing? We'll have to wait until the very end of the day to get that all sorted out.
It's like Rock's got a setup that's going for the leaderboard, not necessarily the game. Sparking's staying, the rest of Rock playing right along the edge of the zone. Remember, whenever Toyo crests the top of this hill, Duel's going to start getting some vision on him as well as Rock. That is the plan. Use Duel to try to get some extra support so that way Rock can stay in this one just a little bit longer. It is 117 to 113, so Toyo has the advantage for now. But if Rock can get these kills, it can get flipped really quick. And just a couple shots coming up from Kawazine, has slowed it down enough for Sparking to keep closer and closer because he just wants to drop the nade on top of him before they can get in the circle.
He's got 5 grenades, and his teammates are trying to give him an idea of where Toyo might be hiding. Toyo will have to move here, and it looks like they're going to drop the smokes downhill, so they might be sending it right over into rock territory, or at least they're just smoking rock off so they can't just free fire shots into them while they make their rotation. But where do you even go if you're Toyo right now? And there's just not really any good spots.
If you go to the west, you have to deal with Duel. You just have to take some type of stance against a rock, but Sparking, I think, is so much closer than they're expecting. They're going to start moving right in front of him. The rest of the squad now starting to step up. Kalazin trying to get some damage, but he takes a lot of his own. Sparking starts coming alive on the other side of it. Emmy does spot out Kalazin, get the knock onto him. Now Sparking is revealed. He's got to stay alive over here. Smokes are going to be down. Nades now starting to roll in on top of Toyo. Every single direction. There is nowhere for them to go. They're getting picked apart, but Fantastico, it does find out Souls while Fixin is just clinging to life.
And Fakes it, doing what he can. He gets a couple of big knots there. Rubinho is hiding in the smoke. Sparking, trying to play around on the rock, but Duel has now sniffed this out, and they are sending guys over here from the north side. They've got Penta on the south. I Am Bolivia is looking at this as well, and now Duel will steal one away. Sparking's going to go down to Sharp Shot.
It's a 2-point convergence coming up from Duel. They sent Penta down to the south, and both of these teams are now being pinched. RBN has to look in after Toyo, who still has 2 players up, now committing into the res. Rock thought that they could pounce on this, would steal the positioning away from Toyo, but Toyo has weathered the storm of nades on top of him. RBN trapped outside in the blue, nowhere to go, but somehow gets a knock on Emmy. Can he touch the circle? It's still only phase number 6. It is survivable to get in.
Rubinho, the last player left alive for Rocky, tries to go for the spray, but gets taken down by Souls. And Toyo now up to 8 kills. They can get Emmy back if Duel allows it. You can see them just on that ridge line, but they have not peaked. They're not overcommitting now that the circle has cut back to the north. They like their odds at getting a win here.
With the Duel reposition coming out, Bolivia had a chance to kind of set up a little bit more of a defense. It doesn't feel good for Bolivia, but they are going to have most of the south that's going to be in play, because whenever we look at the circle, it's going to be the hillside that Toyo's playing, leading right down into a road, right down into where Duel can see, and Duel can see exactly where Bolivia is playing as well. But Duel still left Penta behind to backstab anything that Toyo sets up. And this is a great read from Duel. This is the only safe position that you could get away from Duel sight lines to try to creep into the circle, and Penta is waiting for his chance to strike.
He's so sneaky. Did he see something? He thought he saw something. He'll find Penta as he gets the knock. Souls goes down, and now he's got a couple of utility left to throw. Penta finds Emmy. It's now down to Fakes in as the vehicle is exploding, but Penta will go down in the end.
Blue zone back behind him, just putting in some extra work. Fakes in, just drops the shield instantly. He wants to try to get these reses. The rest of Duel can't really go after and rescue Pentalol, so he's just going to go down. That's another point in the bag for Toyo, but really, it's about where do you go next.
Oh, just in the nick of time. Oh, the blue zone is creeping. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it off in time. Sticks it.
Just jump back into the circle again. Jump back into the circle again. Go.
Oh, he made it.
Now here is Duel lined up against Bolivia. I've got one of their players down in Canva, so it's just the 2 that are inside the safe zone. Toyo losing space quite quickly. A Sharp Shot, again, living up to his name, putting in some work onto Bolivia, but that's enough of a distraction that Toyo might be able to try to make something spicy happen. They're going to send it over, but Sharp Shot says, nah, Emmy just gets dropped again.
No, sir, you do not get to do that for free. Fakesing going to go down again as Souls now the last player left alive for Toyo. He is right in the midst of I Am Bolivia, and now Duel is starting to leave the compound. They're going to come over here and try to capitalize on the chaos.
Okay, this is just a bit of all over the place. Jumps through, finally Souls manages to find it, and this is just right in the thick of the Bolivia lines, but he's got the double shield. He's a tank in a world of DPS, but the circle has now abandoned him, and he has to deal with the fact that there is still a Bolivia player right on top of him. I think that Toyo is just playing against all numbers, doesn't know exactly what they need due to how chaotic this leaderboard has been, so everything that moves is a target, and it needs to get flushed.
And you see Toyo still currently rank 4. I'm not sure how far below Furia they are. But if he can manage to pull off something magical here, he might be able to do something. No, goes down. Too sharp shot. And now it is between Duel and I Am Bolivia for the final win of PAS1 Finals 2.
Oh no, sharp shot spotted you out in your dip.
What?
That's not a good sign. There's a little bit of a ridge there, and it's eating some of the bullets. That's gonna finish it off. Sharp shot connects in the end. 7 kills, and Duel takes it.
And that,
champions.
There you go.
Team Liquid takes home first place in the finals and is looking good while doing it. It wasn't about looking good in the pictures, Match'em. It was about looking good on the field, and they dominated this final.
They look good in the pictures. These are some sexy beasts. Topping our leaderboards, coming out swinging. Cowboy in the front, new guy, but it feels like Kurt Poro just put in work this series.
I mean, what are we talking about here? Curtis Curtis, our kill leader of the lobby in 2026.
The purtiest of the courteousts. What are we doing? We're taking care of ourselves, all right? This is the modern Americas. You can play until you're 40. You can drink protein and carotene and lifting weights and Ensure and stuff like that. Testosterone, maybe. Whatever they're doing, it's working.
He's on them Brazilian peptides right now. That must be what it is. I think that's what's sending him to that next level.
The Brazil. Honestly, though, having them go to Brazil, having them work at the team house, having them be together, that's a huge advantage, and it clearly worked out as they prep for a very, very big year. But there's no denying, Match'em. They were exciting. They were the real deal, and it was awesome to watch.
Multiple strategies we saw them execute through this. Yeah, I know there's the BRDM memes and stuff like that, but we still saw a very strong performance today with limited BRDM. I think that they touched it like once, but I think it got stolen away in a firefight that followed afterwards. It's just been very efficient PUBG coming up from them. High kill counts. They've been reading circles well. It feels like they have an incredible grip on the meta, and I love to see this evolution from this squad because we knew it was looming in the distance. Team Liquid, a PAS champion. You love to say it because you've been waiting so long for it.
You know what, Poro? It wasn't long ago that they were the second best team in the world, okay? And that is 2 years ago. If you finish PGC in second, you are undeniably the second best team in the entire world, followed by one of the most brutal years. If you ask them, they'll say that too. And then they come back and make a change that I think a lot of us were like, how are you going to recover? Sparking is such a skilled player. But Cowboy just mounts up and helps them ride into the sunset. Liquid looks, what a journey for these guys.
Yeah, look, you can't take anything away from Sparking. Like, he's an amazing player, and that squad looked like it was set for greatness. And when they did make that trade, like, Cowboy, fairly new guy, right? Like, I think there were a lot of question marks, but you know, as the more we got to see him, we saw the mechanics were there. Like, we saw that he was insanely talented player. And then, you know, we got a chance to get to meet him when he was playing with Alcacea, and we got to see, like, man, he's got his head in the right place. Like, he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's got his stuff together. And so, you know, when you kind of take all of that together, you realize that that was actually a really good pickup for that squad.
Yeah, it was an amazing pickup for that squad. I think is just a huge takeaway for these guys. In fact, we're talking about big pickups. Let's go ahead and pick up a big interview. It is okay, listen, the water horses needed something, and everyone knows that a horse alone can't win a rodeo. It's got to have a cowboy. So let's bring him in. Mosey on over here. I got two Texans, but the real deal is the guy sitting over there on the far side of the screen. Yeehaw, yippee-ki-yay, you, sir, are a monster. Congratulations on your win. Poro, do you have any questions for this guy?
First off, do you have a cowboy hat? Because I got to bring you one if you don't.
I don't think I do, actually, no.
All right.
I have cowboy boots.
No, I know.
Not a cowboy hat.
All right, you got the boots, and now you're going to get the hat, too. No, for sure. Look, obviously, amazing weekend for you guys this weekend. What was different this time around? We've seen you guys in the past that just you have good performances here or there, but you can't really string anything together, and it kind of you end up kind of middling. But this time it seemed like everything was clicking. And what was just different this weekend than in the past?
This weekend, for the most part, from what I think, is everyone had accountability. Everyone stood up from when they needed to, and we also got pretty lucky in circles like first few days, so that helped a lot. But yeah, just flowed correctly.
Matcher?
Well, we saw you guys perform, all going back into the PGS series, what was it, 9 and 10, and you just kind of exploded onto the scene. We joined in Al-Qadsia like we were talking about coming into this. You've just had a very quick rise to success, and I gotta figure it's gotta be hard just to take in as much information as meta movements and everything else like that. We know that you were on squads with Roth and Rello, and now you're jumping in with Purdy Curdy, Alo, Luke. This is a lot of knowledge that you're having to soak in. I'm just kind of curious, like, what are the hurdles that you've had to face in just like a year jumping into this stage and having the success and really just taking a hold of it? Because that needs to be said. You have strived and found success in a very difficult environment to really step into, while also still finding ways to frag out and perform.
Yeah, so this last year was pretty big for me. It's the first time making LAN. That's definitely my dream. And I've definitely been on some different rosters, big names. But for the most part, to me, I've worked really hard and a long time to work hard. So when I got to this stage and when I got to this level, I was pretty flexible on joining these new teams and fitting myself in. So it just felt natural. Like the work I put in paid out.
You talk about fitting yourself in. I think that's a really good point with Team Liquid, right? We have an established 3 guys been playing together for a very, very long time. Were there any challenges that you faced kind of integrating into a very established 3-man roster? Or can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, there were some challenges, but for the most part, it was pretty easy. They have a great structure already implemented on their team, so it wasn't that difficult. It wasn't like big issues, I would say. And when I slotted in, it just felt really natural. I was able to speak up and say what I thought most of the games, and they were very keen to listening to what I was saying too. So the communication just flowed perfectly. I think you could tell that just by that from our PGS comms. We were very calm, collective, and working well together. So yeah.
Nice, I love that. Poro, you got any follow-ups?
Just on the topic of your comms, I loved listening to y'all's comms from the end game there from yesterday. I think it was a stark contrast. Obviously, not throwing shade, but a stark contrast from the style of Roth in what you've had in the past. So a little bit different, but obviously working in a same way. But obviously finding some success. So congratulations here so far.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I just gotta ask the question. What's going on with Kurt? How is he killing everybody in the lobby and absolutely popping off?
How many of your knocks did he steal?
Good call. Good call.
I think I had most assists in the lobby. No, but he played insanely well. He fragged out solo a lot of times. He hit some insane shots. He was aggressive when he needed to be. I definitely think he was MVP of the tournament for PS2 finals. So he played really well.
Nice. Well, I want to say we were excited to see you when you joined QAD. I think was kind of waiting for Cowboy to get his due, come out there to the international events and get some time. It feels like that time seasoned you. It got that nice little seasoning on the grill, and this is the place where you can really light on fire. And I think watching you with these guys has been an absolute pleasure. So if anything, you have earned the right to say whatever you want, to give some shouts, to give some call outs, whatever speaks to you. Congratulations on an insane win. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Just thank you to my family, thank you to my girlfriend, my friends, all the friends I've made through the game. You've helped me so much to get where I'm at. And then, of course, thank you to Team Liquid and my teammates. And thank you to the fans, because without you guys, I wouldn't be living my dream. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to watch. We're glad to have you on the Liquid roster, and we hope that you guys continue this I don't even know the word is, like, categorical rise. Like, what you're doing at this final was wild, and I hope it keeps paying it forward. So good luck out there. Go celebrate with the boys. I think you're all together, so that should be a pretty good time.
Yep.
And please give them our congratulations as well. it was a pleasure watching the entire team work. So I wish we could talk to all of you, but we've got the Cowboy, and that is exactly who we were right to speak with. All right, Cowboy, get out of here. Go have fun.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good one.
Congrats.
All right, as Cowboy rides off into the sunset to the rest of Team Liquid, I gotta say that he definitely stirred up that team. He had them up and going. It seems like he was the shot in the arm that this team needs, and everything I heard from Roth and Rello was that he was a pleasure to work with, that he was the kind of grinder who you wanted on your team, who had a future in PUBG. And I think even one of those moments where I know Roth retired, I think one of the things that he was sort of going back and forth on is like, I've got guys like Cowboy, like these are players that are ready to take the next step. Can I just retire? You know, and I think that helping him find this place and watching him thrive has got to be great for those guys as well, because there's no better feeling than players that you sort of worked with stepping out and just being better, stronger, and faster when you knew that they would be. So congratulations to them. Let's take a look at the match results, though. Matchroom Duel gets 17. It's a good chance for a win. They put up some good numbers. Toyo shows up there as well. Those guys were not to be stopped, but for me, it's I Am Bolivia. These guys had like 12 points on average in some of their other group stage days, and then here they come out today and they walk away with chicken dinners, almost a second one, solid point gains. I love that.
I played the macro very well. I've been a fan of Bolivia, so love to see it. But I do have to say that Toyo's 15 points is gonna mix up some stuff on this leaderboard, especially when we start counting about PGC points.
And we're going to get into those, I believe, in just a minute. But first, let's take a look at that total leaderboard. Team Liquid, your winners of PAS1 in the finals. They walk away with 167 points. That is a crazy amount of points to finish up this event with. They got 116 in the finals last time, Poro. Well, look at me now.
I mean, a 30-point lead on second is definitely a statement, to be sure, to the rest of the region, to let him know that you are coming in here and ready to play. But Team Falcons, once again, right up there in second place. But yeah, I'm super curious to see what happened as far as the PGC points leaderboard, because Godlike, big glow up from them here today. Will it be enough though to hold on to a top 3 spot?
All right, let's take a look. We're going backwards. You got AFI, you got Chipinski, was up to 19 off the back of this. We got 55, regional partner team, only 27 points in the hopper. Then you see a big jump up at No Way to 91. But let's get to where it matters most. We're looking at who finishes this in the top 3. And your top 3 are going to be Falcons, Team Liquid, and Godlike. They are going to get it with 217. Poro, looks good.
They get it done on the final day against all odds, when things were not looking great for that squad, when it looked like the tilt was set in and it looked like they were just kind of fighting themselves. They managed to pull it together on the final day and do exactly what they needed to do to secure that top 3 spot. So we will see Godlike rising from open qualifiers to PGS. What a come up for them.
And now that is not to say they don't also have a shot at EWC here. With their standings at the moment, there is a chance that, I believe, if Furia go to maybe in Furia, if Falcons or Team Liquid get top 9 in the PGS points, there's a chance that we could see Godlike and Furia get extra spots. So those guys are, listen, no one will be cheering harder for the Falcons and Team Liquid than Godlike and Furia when it comes to PGS on May 20th. Am I right, Poro?
You are not incorrect. And again, you got to give props to Furia as well. Like, they put in a great show here this weekend. In the end, it's just a hair not enough. But as you said, a lot still on the line with this upcoming PGS in terms of those points. If we can get enough teams from the Americas to finish in the top 8 overall or top 9 overall, then we might get more slots there at EWC. And God, I know we're all hoping for that. So excited times.
You know, and it's nice, before I say this, and go to you, Matt, on this one, I'm going to say, guys, survey on the bottom. Go ahead and click it. We want your feedback. This is the last time we can offer it out there because the show is almost over. Please go ahead, click it, pick it, and give us your information, because we want to know what you think of esports. Talk to us. Give us the truth. We want to hear it. Matchup. Furia looked incredible. I mean, to me, that's also it, right? We're talking about Godlike, Surge, we're talking about all these other teams, but Furia was consistent. They were in the battle for second and first. They looked like a really good team, and I'm excited that I would not be embarrassed to get free slots at EWC. Everybody on that list looks good.
Well, especially whenever we look at the performances on how Team Liquid and Falcons tend to do on an international stage. We've talked about Team Liquid, PGC second place in their history. This feels like a more congealed version of that team right now. I would have more hopes off of their performance moving into this international. I think that this is going to be a very good international for Team Liquid. This is a squad that just put up, roughly 11 points per game in a 15-game series. That's a big statement. And then whenever we start looking across at how the other regions are starting to break through, big stellar performances coming up with repeat winners on the top of leaderboards in a couple of locations, at least the top 3-ish or so. So that means the fact that whenever we look at overall points, it's going to get really crazy, and we're going to have to keep an eye specifically on EWC and how that can affect Americas, because I think that we have a chance.
Yeah, I think we have a big chance. I think Team Liquid looks good. They've had to fight for this, Poro. To me, that's the biggest takeaway, is this is not a team that's coming off their laurels. They're not resting on past performances. They made a change, and they hustled. And you heard Cowboy say that. They had a good system. The way that they handle things, they take the suggestions from him. It sounds like this is Liquid the way that Liquid needs to be. And if that's the case, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say anything about PGC because they let us down before, but this is starting to feel nice.
No, look, man, PGS comes around. Remember the first PGSs that we had, that was the first event we had in the year. Like that was the first time most of these guys had played since PGC, and you saw all those roster changes that had happened. These guys were coming in pretty raw, figuring out their comms still, but now this next set of PGSs, there's a lot of stuff on the line, and I feel like all our teams are coming in there. All the rust is knocked off. They're operating in mid-season form. They're ready to ball. And the Europeans have been talking a lot of trash, and I'm really getting sick and tired of it. So hopefully Team Liquid, Team Falcons, Furia go in there ready to put these guys in their place.
We have been desperate for an America's team to come up and put these EU casters to silence. We need a winner.
Shut them up.
We need a winner badly. All right. The show is done, guys. We have our champions. We have our advances, but we don't have our final thoughts. We got to wrap this up, but I don't like to do it without hearing what you have to say first. So, Matchroom, end of this event, give me your final thoughts.
Team Liquid, I'm going to believe. I'm believing in you right now. Please don't hurt me. I don't need you to do this to me again. And Falcons, we're going to Riyadh, man. This is your home territory. This is where you've won twice. You let Twisted take it from you last time? No, it goes back to being yours. We should be fighting at the top of this whenever it comes America's time on the international stage, and I cannot wait.
Love that. Poro, what do you got? Final thoughts?
Obviously, shout out to Team Liquid. Congratulations for getting a big win here in Finals 2. And I want to shout out all of our teams from the Open Qualifiers, from the Cup circuit. Look at Godlike. They made it here. They're up at the top. It could be you guys next. So make sure that you put those teams together, get involved in those scrim series, make it to the Cups, and see if you can find yourself here getting cashed by us while Toffees is... rooting for Liquid over there, but it's a European Liquid.
I know.
So I don't know if I feel good about it.
Listen, I got to show you this, okay? So this was, in my opinion, the most iconic of the Liquid rosters. Championship series, all right? Incredible players. And it's been a long time since I've said, I'm back, I want Liquid, I need more power. This is the first Liquid full line that I can look at and say, we might replace this jersey. We might put that on the wall instead. These 4 players feel strong. They feel smart. They feel tight. They feel ready. They feel victorious, and they stand so here today. That is the end of the finals. We have crowned a champion. May 20th, PGS kicks off. Shortly thereafter, EWC waits in the wings. The journey to PGC is underway because this is PUBG. This is Battle Royale, and this has been the best month of PUBG I have seen in a very long time. Come back on May 20th. You're not going to regret it. Until we see you, play more PUBG.